Perhaps when we hear the word desert, most of us imagine a place that is dry, scorching hot, and almost completely devoid of life. A land of endless sand, relentless wind, and silence stretching as far as the eye can see. Yet strangely enough, it is these seemingly empty places on Earth that preserve some of the most delicate and profound stories of life itself. Tonight, I'd like to invite you to set aside the busyness of the day, take one slow, deep breath, and join me on a very different kind of journey. We won't rush to conquer the desert. We will simply listen to it, because if you watch long enough, you'll discover that the desert has never truly been silent. Beneath grains of sand that seem perfectly still, millions of living creatures wait with remarkable patience. Some seeds remain dormant for decades, awakening only after a single brief rainfall. Some animals survive for generations, while barely needing to drink water at all. Ancient trees sink their roots deep into the earth, enduring for thousands of years, and towering sand dunes drift ever so slowly across the landscape, as though time itself is walking gently through an endless sea of sand. Perhaps what makes the desert so beautiful is not its strength, but its patience, not its speed, but its ability to wait for exactly the right moment. That is what makes the desert such an extraordinary reflection of life. In its stillness, nature seems to remind us that not everything precious has to happen quickly. Some things bloom only when the time is right. Some forms of strength reveal themselves only after years of quiet endurance. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to exploring the deepest layers of the human mind. He believed that nature is not merely the backdrop of our lives. It also reflects the hidden movements within each of us. Perhaps that is why, when we gaze upon a vast desert, we are seeing far more than sand and wind. We are witnessing resilience, adaptability, and the quietest parts of our own souls. In this video, we will explore some of the most fascinating and soothing truths about life in the desert. You'll encounter animals with astonishing survival abilities, plants that have learned to converse with the night in order to preserve every precious drop of water, rare natural phenomena, traces of Earth's ancient history, and the quiet lessons the desert has safeguarded for millions of years. This is not a race to remember as many facts as possible. It is a slow journey, a chance to listen to nature, to let your mind unwind, and to gently drift towards sleep as you imagine the wind gliding softly across rolling dunes beneath a sky overflowing with stars. Welcome to our channel, a place where stories of nature, history, and the world's greatest wonders are told at a gentle pace, helping you relax, reflect, and bring your day to a peaceful close. If you enjoy journeys like this, we'd love for you to take a moment to subscribe and turn on notifications. Your support allows us to continue creating more calming stories, so that every evening can become a peaceful voyage through the extraordinary landscapes of our remarkable planet. Now, find a comfortable position. Let your shoulders relax. Take one slow, deep breath, and when you're ready, together we'll take our very first steps into a world that has been misunderstood for thousands of years. A world where, the more closely you listen, the more you'll realize that life has never truly been absent. It has simply been waiting patiently to be seen. A world misunderstood. Perhaps, if there is one place on Earth that has been misunderstood more than any other, it is the desert. The very mention of its name brings to mind endless dunes, scorching heat, dry winds, and a landscape that seems almost completely devoid of life. The desert is often portrayed as a symbol of emptiness, of solitude, of the limits that nature places upon every living thing. But the curious truth is, nature is rarely as simple as it first appears. If you spend enough time sitting quietly, if you are patient enough to listen, you will discover that the desert has never truly been silent. Tonight, I'd like to invite you to set aside the familiar image of a land made of nothing but sand and sunshine. Imagine this. You are standing atop a towering sand dune, just as the sun slips below the horizon. The day's final light slowly washes across the sand in a soft golden glow, gradually fading into amber, then pale violet, before disappearing into the deep blue of the night sky. A gentle breeze drifts by. Tiny grains of sand slide softly across one another, creating sounds so delicate that, unless you're paying close attention, you might mistake them for silence itself. Far in the distance, the horizon stretches endlessly. There are no buildings, no traffic, no flashing city lights, only the sky, the earth, and an immense open space that suddenly makes us feel smaller than ever before. In that moment, the desert appears perfectly still, yet it is precisely then that another world begins to awaken. Beneath the sand, still holding the warmth of the day, tiny insects begin emerging from their shelters. A fennec fox moves quietly across the dunes, each step almost completely silent. Elsewhere, an owl waits patiently, watching for the slightest movement of its prey. The cacti, which have stood motionless beneath the blazing sun all day long, begin opening the tiny pores along their stems, breathing in the cooler air of the night. Somewhere, beneath the sand, a seed that has rested there for years is still waiting, not because it cannot grow, but because it knows its moment has not yet arrived. Perhaps what makes the desert so extraordinary is not what it reveals, but everything it quietly keeps hidden. Human beings naturally judge a place by what is easiest to see. A forest amazes us with its endless shades of green. The ocean overwhelms us with its vastness. A waterfall announces nature's power with a single thunderous roar. The desert is different. It makes no effort to impress. It does not seek attention. It does not display life in the way other landscapes do. Instead, it moves to a slower rhythm, a quieter rhythm, a more subtle one. Perhaps that is why so many people mistakenly believe there is nothing here to discover. Yet nature has its own gentle way of reminding us that the most precious things rarely reveal themselves at first glance. If you have ever gazed into the night sky, you know that many stars only become visible after your eyes have adjusted to the darkness. The desert is much the same. The longer you observe, the more you realize it resembles a book written in patience. Every footprint in the sand, every ripple sculpted by the wind, every tiny shrub clinging to the earth, is a story that has been written over thousands, even millions, of years. There is another fascinating truth. Many of the world's deserts are not made primarily of sand at all. In reality, most desert landscapes consist of rock, gravel, barren plateaus, or cracked earth. The vast seas of sand we so often see in films make up only a small portion of many desert ecosystems. In a way, this mirrors how the human mind fills empty spaces with familiar images we believe we already know, when in truth, we have seen only a very small part. Perhaps the desert is more than a place. It is also a lesson in how we perceive the world. We tend to trust whatever appears before our eyes, yet nature follows laws far deeper than appearances. Rivers once flowed where only sand remains today. Lush forests once thrived beneath skies that now cover some of the driest places on Earth. Seeds can lie dormant for decades. Then, after a single brief rainfall, the ground suddenly bursts into millions of blossoms. If you saw that place for only one day, you might believe it was lifeless. But if you watched it over many years, you would discover one of nature's most astonishing cycles. Perhaps life is much the same. There are seasons when nothing seems to happen. Quiet days, years spent waiting, efforts that appear to bear no fruit. But that does not mean life has stopped moving. Somewhere, Seeds are still growing in the darkness. Somewhere, change is unfolding in silence. It is simply that our eyes are drawn toward things that move quickly, while overlooking the beauty of things that grow slowly. Perhaps that is why the desert evokes such a unique feeling. It gently forces us to slow down, not because there is so little to see, but because everything worth noticing takes time to reveal itself. Standing among endless dunes, you are no longer carried away by the constant noise of everyday life. Instead, you begin to hear the wind, the whisper of the sand, the steady rhythm of your own heartbeat. And within that silence, a remarkable feeling gradually emerges. The feeling that you no longer have to rush. Perhaps nature has never asked any living creature to grow as quickly as possible. A cactus never compares itself to a tropical rainforest. A seed beneath the sand never worries because it has not yet sprouted. A little fox does not spend every hour chasing prey. Each species simply lives according to the rhythm nature has given it. And that is what creates the desert's fragile yet enduring balance. Tonight, as you listen to these words, allow your imagination to carry you into the heart of a vast sea of sand. There is nothing to search for, nothing you need to understand. Simply listen. Listen to the silence. Listen to the wind. Listen to the slow rhythm of a land that existed long before humanity first appeared. Because perhaps the place that seems emptiest of all is quietly preserving life's most beautiful secrets. And in the next chapter, now that darkness has completely settled over the dunes, we will begin to discover why scientists have long insisted that the desert has never been a dead land. It is simply a world governed by laws so subtle that before we can truly see them, we must first learn to be patient. If, in the previous chapter, we stood together atop a sand dune, quietly watching the sun disappear beyond the horizon, then now, as night fully embraces the desert, we begin to notice what daylight so easily conceals. For perhaps the desert has never truly slept. It has only changed its rhythm, like the breathing of a giant living creature. Slow, gentle, yet never still. Human beings are naturally captivated by things that move quickly. A crashing wave, a violent thunderstorm, a forest alive with birdsong, or a waterfall plunging over a cliff. Places like these allow us to feel life immediately. The desert is entirely different. It never feels the need to prove that it is alive. It doesn't need to, because here, life is not measured by abundance, but by the ability to endure. Not by speed, but by resilience. Not by what happens in a single day, but by what still remains after thousands of years. Perhaps that is the first lesson the desert wishes to teach us. In this world, being stronger does not always mean living longer. Nature is not a competition for the strongest. It is a place where those who adapt most successfully continue to survive. A tiny seed can rest quietly beneath the sand for 10 years, 20 years, or even longer, without sprouting, without growing, without changing. If we looked only at that single moment, we might think it was dead. But in truth, it is simply waiting. Waiting for rain, waiting for the right amount of moisture, waiting for the perfect temperature, waiting for the precise moment that nature has been quietly preparing for. And when that moment finally arrives, within only a few days, a land that once seemed barren can suddenly burst into bloom with millions of flowers. That miracle is not the result of magic. It is the reward of patience. Perhaps, if the desert could speak, it would not tell stories about strength. It would tell stories about time. Because here, time is not an enemy. It is a companion. The wind does not try to reshape the dunes overnight. It moves them, little by little, day after day, year after year, until at last, great hills of sand have taken shape, not because of one powerful storm, but because of countless gentle breezes. Perhaps human life is much the same. We often hope that great changes will happen quickly. We want to see results after our very first efforts. We hope every door will open the moment we knock. But nature seems to move to a different rhythm. A tree does not grow in a single season. A river is not formed by one rainfall. A stone is not polished smooth by the wind in a single day. Everything that lasts requires time. Perhaps that is why many psychologists believe modern life is slowly robbing us of our ability to wait. We live in a world where nearly everything arrives almost instantly. A message, a photograph, an answer, a package. Yet nature continues moving at its ancient pace, and perhaps nowhere reminds us of that more clearly than the desert. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Nature must not win the game, but she cannot lose." It is a thought worth lingering over. Human beings can build magnificent cities, redirect the course of rivers, even travel into space, but in the end, we still live within laws that nature wrote long before we arrived. The desert does not oppose humanity. It simply asks us to understand its rules. And once we do, we begin to realize this is not a harsh land. It is a fair one. It favors no one, yet it rejects no creature willing to adapt. Perhaps that is why the smallest creatures often thrive here. A beetle only a few millimeters long, a low shrub hugging the ground, a tiny mouse that emerges only after dark. At first glance, they appear fragile, yet their humility is their greatest strength. They do not fight the heat, they learn to avoid it. They do not try to create water. They learn to preserve every precious drop they already have. They do not waste energy. They move only when it truly matters. If you look closely, you will notice that the desert does not celebrate the strongest. It celebrates those who know how to listen to the wind, to the earth, to the sky, and to the right moment. Perhaps the desert's greatest beauty lies not in what it possesses, but in what it refuses to waste. Not a single drop of water is used carelessly. Not a single step is taken unnecessarily. Not a single leaf remains if it costs too much precious moisture. Everything is measured by nature with astonishing precision. That is not cruelty. It is the wisdom of restraint. Carl Jung spent many years exploring the process of human growth. He believed that profound transformation does not happen through dramatic, noisy change. It unfolds through a slow evolution of the inner self. In Modern Man in Search of a Soul, he wrote, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." Perhaps that is also the law of the desert. It does not try to defeat the heat. It does not seek to eliminate drought. It grows alongside them. Life here does not conquer nature. It learns to mature within it. And perhaps that is the lesson each of us is learning in our own lives. Not every hardship can disappear. Not every question has an immediate answer. Some things can only be understood after enough time has passed. Not because the world has changed, but because we have. Tonight, within the quiet of this imagined desert, perhaps you do not need to rush to find answers to everything unfolding in your own life. Perhaps some seeds within your soul simply need a little more time. Some dreams are waiting for the right season to bloom. Some doors have not yet opened, not because they are locked, but because their moment has not yet arrived. Let the desert remind us of one simple truth. Silence does not mean emptiness. Slowness does not mean stagnation. And the moments when nothing seems to be happening may quietly be the moments when the most important transformations are taking shape. In the next chapter, we will journey deeper into the world of creatures that have turned patience into an art of survival. Together, we will discover that in one of the driest places on Earth, nature has crafted bodies, strategies, and evolutionary wonders so remarkably refined that every grain of sand seems to be telling a story of its own. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the desert honors patience rather than strength, then now, as darkness blankets the dunes and countless stars stretch silently overhead, we will look more deeply into the true miracle of this remarkable place. Its extraordinary ability to adapt. Human beings often think of life as a competition. The stronger, the faster, the larger, the longer it survives. Yet nature has always preferred telling unexpected stories. In the desert, the largest creatures do not rule. The fiercest do not always prevail, nor do the tallest plants grow the strongest. Instead, many of the most successful inhabitants are remarkably small, quiet, and almost invisible against the endless sand. Perhaps because the desert never asks how powerful a creature is. It asks only one simple question: do you know how to live alongside me? It is a question nature has been asking for millions of years, and every species still alive today is one of its answers. From a great distance, the desert appears to be nothing more than a barren emptiness. But if you narrow your view to only a few square feet, an entirely different world begins to appear. Beneath the thin layer of sand, roots quietly search for deeper soil. Within narrow cracks between the rocks, insects wait patiently for darkness to arrive. Across the ground, tiny footprints will be erased by the wind within only a few hours. Nothing here exists by accident. Every shape, every behavior, every rhythm of life is the result of countless generations learning to listen to nature. Perhaps that is what makes evolution so beautiful. It is not a revolution, but millions of tiny changes, occurring slowly, repeating endlessly, until together they create something that seems almost miraculous. An ear just a little larger, a foot just a little wider, a root reaching just a little deeper, a habit of waking just a little later. Nothing more than that. Yet over thousands of generations, those tiny differences can determine the line between survival and extinction. Nature has never been in a hurry. It does not need perfection in a single day. It simply needs enough time for every living creature to learn one more lesson. Perhaps human beings are sometimes too demanding of themselves. We expect ourselves to change quickly, to understand everything quickly, to succeed quickly, while nature itself has spent millions of years perfecting a single leaf, a pair of wings, or a single seed. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity." Perhaps something truly new is not created through force. It grows from the deepest needs of life itself. The desert is no different. No creature here tries to become something other than its true nature. A cactus does not wish to become an oak tree. A fennec fox does not long for the thick fur of a polar bear. Every species follows its own path, becoming exactly what it needs to be for the place it calls home. Perhaps that is one of the gentlest lessons the desert has to offer. Not every difference needs to be erased. Sometimes, our differences are precisely what allow us to survive. A thorn, at first glance, seems hard and unforgiving, yet for a cactus, it is the key to preserving every precious drop of water. A hump may appear unusual, yet for a camel, it is an invaluable reserve of energy for long journeys. A pair of remarkably large ears does far more than sharpen a desert fox's hearing. It also helps regulate the animal's body temperature. Nature creates nothing without purpose. Every detail has its reason. And perhaps the same is true for us. There are experiences we once wished we could forget. Scars, failures, long seasons of silence. At first, they may seem meaningless, but perhaps They have quietly been preparing us to adapt to the road that still lies ahead. Jung called this process individuation, not by eliminating the imperfect parts of ourselves, but by learning to live in harmony with everything we already are. He once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Perhaps, no true growth is ever completely effortless, just as no creature in the desert has survived without first enduring hardship. But what truly matters is not the hardship itself. It is how life responds to it, not through resistance, but through adaptation. Perhaps that is why, when standing in the middle of a desert, time itself seems to slow down. In a place with so little noise, we begin to notice the smallest movements. A breeze changing direction, a single grain of sand rolling down a slope, a cloud drifting overhead, a new star appearing in the sky. The desert teaches us to observe, and if we observe long enough, we realize life does not need to be loud to prove that it exists. Sometimes, the quietest things are the strongest of all. Tonight, as you lie peacefully, perhaps let your own mind become like a grain of sand. There is no need to move quickly, no need to know exactly where tomorrow will lead. Simply trust that every breeze, every experience, every moment of stillness is gently carrying you toward the place you are meant to be. Because nature has never been in a hurry. And perhaps the most beautiful things in life are the same. They do not arrive too early. They do not arrive too late. They appear precisely when we are ready to receive them. In the next chapter, we will meet the desert's first inhabitants. Creatures that may appear small, yet possess survival strategies that continue to astonish scientists. And the more we understand them, the more we may realize that the desert has never been a symbol of harshness. It is one of the world's finest expressions of wisdom, patience, and life's extraordinary power to adapt. And perhaps that is the very first story the desert wishes to tell us. It does not long to be conquered, nor does it seek to impress. It simply exists, quietly, through every season of wind, through every rare rainfall, through millions of years, almost never in haste. Human beings often measure life by what is easiest to see. A forest filled with birdsong, an ocean whose waves never cease, or a meadow covered in blossoms. But the desert invites us to see differently. Here, life does not display itself. It hides, not because it is weak, but because that is the wisest way to survive. Perhaps that is also true of the human soul. Our most valuable qualities are rarely the loudest ones. Patience, compassion, the ability to listen, the strength to rise again after difficult days. These all grow quietly, in places no one else can see. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The pendulum of the mind oscillates between sense and nonsense, not between right and wrong." Perhaps life is much like that pendulum. There are seasons when we feel ourselves moving forward, and others when everything seems perfectly still. Yet nature has never considered stillness to be meaningless. To the desert, waiting is part of living. A seed resting beneath the sand has not given up. It is preserving its energy for the moment that matters most. An animal sheltering deep underground during the hottest hours of the day is not acting out of fear. It simply understands that lasting survival is always more important than hurried action. Even the sand dunes, which appear completely motionless, are slowly shifting beneath the invisible hands of the wind. Too slowly for us to notice over the course of an afternoon, yet steadily enough to reshape the landscape over many years. Perhaps that is nature's true rhythm, never rushed, never impatient, never ruled by the clocks human beings have invented. Nature moves only when the time is right, and it is this rhythm that has sustained the balance of our planet. When we gaze across the desert, We often believe we are looking at an unfamiliar place, but perhaps what we are really seeing is a reflection of something deep within ourselves. How many times have we worried because everything seemed to be happening too slowly? How many times have we doubted ourselves simply because we could not yet see results? How many quiet days have we mistaken for meaningless ones? And yet, the desert tells a different story. It reminds us that not every kind of growth can be seen. Not every seed sprouts the moment it is planted. Not every journey should be measured by speed. Some achievements are possible only through perseverance. Some blossoms appear only after many seasons of waiting, and some of life's greatest beauties reveal themselves only when we are patient enough to remain. Tonight, if you are listening to this story, in the quiet comfort of your room, perhaps allow yourself to slow down for a little while. There is no need to remember every fact, no need to search for some profound lesson. Simply allow images of endless dunes, a sky filled with stars, the cool night breeze, and seeds sleeping quietly beneath the earth, to drift gently through your thoughts, like a slow-moving stream. Because sometimes, what brings us peace is not having more answers, but knowing that nature continues to move beautifully, according to its own rhythm, and perhaps our own lives do not need to resemble anyone else's. They simply need to unfold according to the rhythm meant for us. Now, having brushed away the dust of old misunderstandings together, the desert no longer appears as a lifeless wasteland. It reveals itself as a world filled with breath, a world where every grain of sand carries the imprint of time. Every breeze tells a story, and every living creature is the result of millions of years of extraordinary adaptation. Yet our journey has only just begun. Ahead of us, hidden beneath those seemingly silent sands, countless secrets are patiently waiting to be discovered. We will meet seeds capable of sleeping for decades, animals that survive while drinking almost no water at all, brief rainstorms that awaken entire oceans of flowers, and evolutionary miracles that have made the desert one of the most refined ecosystems on Earth. So once again, allow your body to relax. Breathe in slowly, exhale gently, and let the footsteps of your imagination carry us deeper into this misunderstood land. Because the farther we travel, the more clearly you will see that the desert has never been empty. It has simply always asked every traveler for one very special gift: the patience to witness a beauty that nature never reveals in haste. The desert is far from empty. If, in the previous chapter, we began letting go of our earliest misconceptions about the desert, then now, as our eyes have adjusted to the darkness and our minds have become quieter, perhaps it is time to take one more step into this extraordinary world. A world where, the longer you observe, the more you realize life has never disappeared. It has simply chosen a different way to exist. There is a question desert biologists are asked again and again. How can anything possibly survive in a place this dry? At first, it seems like a perfectly reasonable question, because, to the naked eye, the desert appears to contain nothing but sand, endless dunes stretching toward the horizon, cracked earth, tiny shrubs standing silently beneath the blazing sun, and air so hot that even movement itself seems to slow. Yet nature has a fascinating habit. It often hides its greatest treasures in the places that are hardest to see. If you gently brush away just a few centimeters of sand with your hand, another world slowly begins to emerge. There, seeds lie sleeping. Delicate roots quietly weave their way through the earth. Insects remain hidden, escaping the day's intense heat. Microscopic organisms, far too small for the human eye to detect, go about their unseen lives, and every one of them is waiting patiently, not waiting for a miracle, but waiting for the right moment. Perhaps that is the single most important word for understanding the desert. Not water, not temperature, not sand, but timing. In many parts of the world, a seed needs only soil and water before it begins to sprout. But in the desert, doing so could mean death within only a few days, because one brief rainfall does not necessarily mean the rainy season has arrived. If a young plant begins growing too soon, it may quickly exhaust the little moisture remaining in the ground. Nature has devised a far wiser solution. Some desert plants produce seeds capable of remaining dormant for remarkably long periods. They do not awaken because of a single light shower. They wait for several signals to arrive together. Moisture, temperature, soil condition, time. Only when every condition aligns does new life begin. It is almost as though nature understands something we often forget. Not every opportunity is the right opportunity. Some opportunities are meant to be passed by, so that something better may come. Perhaps that is an ancient wisdom the desert still protects today. Some seeds have rested quietly beneath the sand for decades, enduring scorching summers, countless winds, freezing desert nights. Still, they remain, neither growing, nor withering, nor giving up, simply waiting. If we observed them for only a single day, we might conclude the land was completely lifeless. But nature does not measure time by days. It thinks in years, in centuries, even in millennia. Then one day, clouds begin to gather. A rare rainfall sweeps across the landscape. It does not last long, perhaps only a few hours, perhaps only a few minutes. Yet, to the desert, that brief moment is like the ringing of a bell that awakens an entire world. Water quickly seeps into the hardened soil. The seeds begin absorbing every precious drop of moisture. Biological processes that have remained dormant for years suddenly awaken. Tender roots emerge. Green shoots break through the surface. And within only a few days, what was once a monotonous sea of sand becomes covered with millions of tiny blossoms. Purple, yellow, white, red, a brilliant carpet stretching beneath the blue sky. This remarkable phenomenon occurs in deserts around the world. Among the most famous are the spectacular desert blooms of the Atacama Desert, as well as the flowering events that appear in arid regions of North America after favorable rainfall. These flowers do not last long, only a few weeks. Then, they disappear once more, yet that does not make them any less beautiful. On the contrary, perhaps it is precisely their brief existence that makes their beauty even more precious. Some kinds of beauty were never meant to remain forever. They simply arrive to remind us that nature always knows how to surprise us. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps a single flower blooming in the desert carries more meaning than an entire green meadow we have come to take for granted, because it reminds us that life is not measured by abundance, but by its ability to wait for the perfect moment to bloom. Interestingly, it is not only plants that know how to wait. Many desert animals wait in their own remarkable ways. Beneath the thin layer of sand, certain insects lie perfectly still. Some amphibians sleep beneath the ground. Countless microorganisms reduce nearly every sign of life, not because they are weak, but because it is the wisest possible strategy. When conditions are unfavorable, nature does not ask them to fight. Nature teaches them to wait. Perhaps modern human beings rarely think of waiting as a strength. We often see waiting as delay, as wasted time, as a sign of failure. But the desert tells an entirely different story. Here, waiting is a form of wisdom. A seed that knows how to wait will survive. A seed that rushes may disappear forever. Perhaps our own lives are often much the same. Some plans simply require more time. Some dreams require more experience. Some answers appear only after the mind has become peaceful enough to receive them. Not every quiet season is meaningless. Sometimes, silence is where everything is quietly preparing itself. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine that beneath the seemingly lifeless sand, millions of tiny lives are sleeping peacefully. No one sees them, no one praises them, no one even knows they are there. Yet they continue to exist, steadfast, patient, trusting that one day the rain will come, and when that moment finally arrives, the entire desert will awaken together, as though it had never truly been asleep. In the next chapter, we will meet the most extraordinary inhabitants of this remarkable land, creatures that can survive while drinking almost no water, masters of conservation, and evolutionary masterpieces that have transformed the seemingly impossible into something entirely ordinary amid the vast sea of sand. If, in the previous chapter, we watch seeds sleeping quietly beneath the sand, waiting for years before awakening after a single rare rainfall, then, now, our journey brings us to the desert's most remarkable residents, creatures that, at first glance, appear to accomplish the impossible. How can an animal survive for months, or even years, in a land where water is almost non-existent? How can such a tiny creature cross dunes so hot that the surface may exceed 60 degrees Celsius at midday? And how can life continue, generation after generation, in what seems to be one of the harshest places on Earth? Once again, the answer is not strength. It is understanding. Nature does not ask desert creatures to conquer their environment. It simply asks them to learn how to live with it. That is a profound difference. Human beings often imagine survival as a battle, but if you look closely, you will discover that most desert creatures are not fighting nature. They are cooperating with it. They accept the rules of this land, then slowly reshape themselves to fit within them. Perhaps that is why evolution in the desert continues to astonish scientists. One of the most famous examples is the kangaroo rat. At first glance, it seems like a perfectly ordinary animal, small, quick, almost fragile, amid the endless dunes. Yet, many individuals of this species can spend their entire lives without ever needing to drink liquid water. At first, that sounds almost miraculous, but nature has no need for miracles. It has evolution. Instead of searching for water, the kangaroo rat obtains moisture from the seeds it eats. Inside its tiny body, metabolic processes generate just enough water to sustain life. Meanwhile, its kidneys operate with astonishing efficiency, preserving nearly every precious drop. Its urine becomes extraordinarily concentrated. Even water lost through breathing is reduced to an absolute minimum. Nothing is unnecessary. Nothing is wasted. Every drop is treated like a treasure. Perhaps that is the philosophy of the desert itself. Not to possess more, but to cherish what already exists. Nature seems to whisper that abundance is not measured only by what we own, but by how wisely we use it. There is another creature, one that has become an enduring symbol of deserts throughout the world, the camel. For centuries, people believed a camel's hump was filled with water. Today, science tells us that this is not entirely true. The hump stores fat. When food becomes scarce, that stored energy is gradually metabolized, and the process also produces a certain amount of metabolic water. Even more astonishing, the camel's entire body seems perfectly engineered for life in arid lands. Long eyelashes shield its eyes from blowing sand. Its nostrils can close during sandstorms. Its broad feet prevent it from sinking deeply into loose sand. Its blood possesses remarkable properties that allow it to tolerate dehydration far better than most other mammals. Its body temperature can safely fluctuate over a much wider range than ours. As a result, it needs to sweat far less, greatly reducing water loss. Viewed through the eyes of an engineer, a camel is an astonishing biological machine. Viewed through the eyes of nature, it is the result of millions of years of patient refinement. No masterpiece appears overnight. Everything truly remarkable is sculpted by time. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "In all chaos there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." Perhaps, from the outside, the desert appears chaotic, dry, harsh. Yet the more we learn about it, the more clearly we see that it functions according to an extraordinarily delicate order. Nothing happens by accident. No feature exists without purpose. Even the fennec fox's oversized ears, which at first seem merely charming, are in fact a remarkable cooling system. A dense network of blood vessels carries excess heat away from the body. During the day, the fox sleeps safely inside cool underground burrows. Only after sunset does it begin searching for food. Once again, the secret is not strength. It is timing. In the desert, acting at the right moment matters far more than acting constantly. Another fascinating story unfolds on the opposite side of Africa, along the Atlantic coast. The Namib Desert stretches for hundreds of miles. It is one of the oldest deserts on Earth. Annual rainfall is so scarce that some areas receive virtually none for years at a time. And yet, life flourishes, because every morning, as cold ocean air meets the sun-warmed land, a dense blanket of fog gently drifts inland. To us, it is merely mist, but to countless desert creatures, it is an entire river. Tiny beetles climb to the tops of the dunes. They raise their backs toward the sky, allowing droplets of fog to condense on their bodies before rolling directly into their mouths. Certain plants require only those tiny droplets to continue living. What we call drought, nature simply treats as another way of distributing water. Perhaps that invites us to reflect. How many times in life have we believed ourselves to be lacking, simply because we failed to notice the quiet resources already surrounding us? The desert teaches its inhabitants to recognize the value of even the smallest drop of water. Perhaps life is teaching us the very same lesson. Happiness does not always arrive through extraordinary events. Sometimes it appears as a peaceful morning, a kind question, a cool breeze, or a quiet moment, long enough for the heart to rest. Carl Gustav Jung devoted many years to exploring humanity's capacity to adapt to inner change. He did not see maturity as eliminating hardship. He saw it as learning to live alongside it. Perhaps nature is telling exactly the same story. No desert creature wishes this land would become a forest. No species waits for the heat to disappear before beginning to live. Instead, they adapt, little by little, across countless generations, and because of that, what appears to be one of the harshest landscapes on Earth has become home to thousands of living species. Tonight, as you lie quietly listening, perhaps consider this. Maybe our greatest strength is not the ability to change the entire world around us, but the ability to gently change ourselves, like the camel, like the fennec fox, like the countless tiny creatures living peacefully among the dunes. Not because they are stronger than nature, but because they have learned to listen to its rhythm. And in the next chapter, we will discover an even more astonishing truth. Even the world's greatest deserts are not permanent. Some were once vast freshwater lakes. Some landscapes now buried beneath sand were covered with grasslands only thousands of years ago. And together, we will discover that the only thing which never truly stops changing is Earth itself. If, in the previous chapter, we met creatures that know how to conserve every precious drop of water and live according to nature's rhythm, then now, let us widen our perspective Not just a few meters, not just a handful of sand dunes, but thousands of kilometers. And not merely a few days, but thousands, even millions of years. For only when we look at the desert through Earth's own clock do we begin to understand a remarkable truth. The desert is not an unchanging land. It, too, had a youth. It has memories. It has known seasons of lush greenery, and it has undergone transformations so gradual that within the span of a single human lifetime, we could scarcely perceive them. People often assume that a desert has always been a desert, that those endless seas of sand have existed exactly as they are since the beginning of time. But nature tells a different story, a story that unfolds so slowly. Only geology has the patience to record it. One of the most remarkable examples is the Sahara Desert. Today, when we think of the Sahara, we imagine the world's largest hot desert, immense sand seas, towering dust storms, and the relentless blaze of the sun. Yet between 6,000 and 8,000 years ago, much of the Sahara looked entirely different. Where towering dunes stand today, there were once vast lakes, rolling grasslands, herds of giraffes, elephants, hippos, crocodile, and thriving human communities living beside flowing rivers. Even today, archaeologists continue to discover ancient rock paintings deep within the desert, depicting people swimming, fishing, and tending livestock. At first, it sounds almost like a fairy tale, yet those drawings remind us of something profound. Earth is always changing. What we think of as permanent may be only the briefest moment in our planet's history. Perhaps that realization makes us a little more humble. We tend to see the world through the few decades of our own lives. While nature writes its story across thousands of years, a sand dune may shift only a few meters each year. A river may change its course over centuries. An entire landscape may become a desert, then bloom once again as the climate changes. Nature never rushes. It is endlessly patient. Perhaps that patience is what makes the desert so extraordinary. Not only do its living creatures know how to wait, the land itself knows how to wait. It waits for the wind, for the rain, for long cycles of climate, for changes so gradual that human eyes can barely detect them. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Life has always seemed to me like a plant that lives on its rhizome. Its true life is invisible, hidden in the rhizome. It is a beautiful image. A tree appears to consist only of trunk and leaves, yet its most important life exists deep beneath the soil, hidden, silent, nourishing everything above." Perhaps the desert is much the same. What matters most is not what appears before our eyes, but what quietly unfolds beneath the surface. Beneath the sand, there is moisture, microbial life, sleeping seeds, the traces of ancient rivers, the history of millions of years resting quietly below. Perhaps the same is true of the human soul. What others see is only the surface. The deepest part of us is usually silent. Our memories, our experiences, our hopes, our wounds, they are like the roots of a tree, quietly shaping who we become. Perhaps that is why Jung devoted so much attention to the unconscious, not because it was mysterious, but because it quietly gives birth to everything we can see. If we look only at the surface of the desert, we miss an entire world. If we look only at the surface of ourselves, perhaps we miss just as much. Another phenomenon that continues to fascinate scientists is the dramatic difference between daytime and nighttime temperatures. During the day, the sand may become so hot that few creatures could survive upon it, but after sunset, its heat rapidly radiates into space. Within only a few hours, the temperature may fall by dozens of degrees. To us, that sounds harsh, but to the desert's inhabitants, it is simply the rhythm of life. rest by day, awaken by night, not resisting change, but living alongside it. Perhaps human life follows similar rhythms. Some days are bright, filled with energy, filled with inspiration. Others are quiet, slow, calling us to rest. Nature has never regarded darkness as something negative. It is in darkness that many flowers bloom, many creatures begin searching for food, and countless seeds continue their silent journey. Perhaps life is much the same. Not every quiet season is a step backward. Sometimes it is the season in which we gather strength for what comes next. Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps the desert has always invited us to look inward more than outward, because in this place that seems to contain nothing but sand and wind, its greatest richness lies not upon the surface, but within the invisible laws quietly at work beneath it. Now, knowing that the Sahara was once green, that dunes themselves continue to move, that climate never stands still, perhaps we begin seeing the desert differently, no longer as a lifeless wasteland, but as an enormous book, each layer of sand a page, each fossil a line of text. Ach, Wind, a storyteller, and the more we read, the more we understand that the only thing in nature that truly endures is not stillness, but change itself. In the next chapter, we will conclude this part of our journey with one simple reflection. Among all the miracles of the desert, the most astonishing is not the strength of any single creature. It is that every one of them knows how to wait for the right moment. Because in what appears to be the harshest place on earth, timing will always matter more than strength. If, at the beginning of this chapter, we bent down to discover seeds sleeping beneath the sand for decades, then met creatures that know how to preserve every precious drop of water, and finally looked across thousands of years to discover that even the Sahara was once a green grassland, now all those pieces quietly come together into a single picture. At first, they seem like entirely different stories. A seed, or comel, a blanket of fog drifting across the Namib Desert, a lizard racing across scorching sand, a land that was once green before becoming an ocean of dunes. But if you listen carefully, you begin to realize they are all telling exactly the same story. The story of timing. It is not the strongest creature that survives, but the one that knows when to act. It is not the fastest growing plant that lives the longest, but the one that knows when to grow and when to wait. It is not the land that is always fertile, that supports the greatest abundance of life, but the land that knows how to preserve every small opportunity nature provides. Perhaps that is the gentlest law of the desert. It never rewards haste. It rewards patience, not because patience is easy, but because in nature, so many precious things appear only after time has fully ripened. Some seeds require 10 years. Some trees need decades before reaching maturity. Some dunes take centuries to reshape themselves. Some climate cycles require thousands of years to transform grasslands into deserts, and perhaps someday in the distant future, back into green landscapes once again. Nature has never been impatient, nor has it ever arrived too late. It always arrives at precisely the right moment. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." At first glance, this quotation speaks about human relationships, but perhaps it also invites us to learn from nature. What is it about slowness that unsettles us? Why do we fear waiting? Why do we always want immediate results? Perhaps it is not because time is too long, but because we have grown accustomed to living in a world that constantly urges us to move faster, faster to succeed, faster to mature, faster to achieve what we desire. Yet, the desert whispers something entirely different. It does not ask, "How far have you gone?" It asks, "Are you moving at the rhythm meant for you?" A seed never compares itself to a flower already in bloom. A cactus never worries, because it grows more slowly than a tree in a tropical rainforest. A fennec fox never stays awake beneath the blazing midday sun merely to prove its strength. Every living creature understands that survival is not a competition, it is harmony. Perhaps that is something human beings so easily forget. We compare the opening chapter of our lives with someone else's final chapter. We compare our winter with another person's spring and quietly convince ourselves that we are falling behind. Yet nature has never required every flower to bloom on the same day. Some seeds awaken after a single rainfall. Others require many rainy seasons. Neither is wrong. They simply follow different rhythms. Jung devoted many years to studying the process he called individuation, the lifelong journey of becoming fully oneself. He once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps that is also the story of the desert. One plant never tries to become another. One animal never attempts to live according to another species' rhythm. Each living thing slowly becomes the version of itself best suited to the place it belongs. Not perfect, but fitting. Not the fastest, but the truest. Perhaps that is the difference that matters most. In many ancient cultures, the desert was seen as a place of trial. But the more we come to understand it, the more we learn, the more we realize the desert does not test strength. It tests patience. It asks whether we can accept that some days bring no rain, some seasons bring no flowers, some stretches of time seem as though nothing is changing at all. Yet beneath the sand, life continues, quietly, silently, persistently. Tonight, as you lie peacefully in your quiet room, perhaps take a moment to think about the seeds in your own life. Perhaps they are dreams not yet fulfilled, plans still unfinished, a skill you are patiently learning, a relationship slowly taking root, or simply a more peaceful version of yourself that you are building day by day. Perhaps they are just like the seeds beneath the desert, not because they are failing to grow, but because they are growing in ways invisible to the eye. Many of nature's most important processes happen in darkness. Roots stretch deep into the earth. Seeds split open. Microorganisms enrich the soil, all without making a sound. Perhaps human growth often unfolds the same way. Our deepest transformations rarely happen beneath applause. They happen during ordinary days, quiet evenings, those moments when we choose to keep going, even though we cannot yet see the results. After all, the desert is not a land of scarcity. It is a land of discernment, a place where every drop of water is precious. Every leaf has a purpose. Every footprint is deliberate, and every moment carries its own meaning. Perhaps that is why the longer people spend in the desert, the less they admire strength, and the more they admire balance, the less they celebrate speed, and the more they appreciate rhythm, the less they search for extraordinary things, and the more grateful they become for the smallest gifts nature quietly offers. Now, as we prepare to leave this chapter, perhaps you no longer see the desert as you once did. It is no longer an empty space between fertile lands, no longer a symbol of harshness. Instead, it becomes a living library of evolution, a place where every grain of sand preserves the memory of time. Every creature embodies millions of years of patience, and every rainfall is capable of awakening an entire sleeping world. In the next chapter, we will journey deeper into that extraordinary world. We will meet the desert's most remarkable inhabitants. We will discover the elegant survival strategies that nature has quietly refined across countless generations. And perhaps you will come to realize that life's greatest achievement is not the ability to conquer, but the ability to adapt, not the strength to fight against nature, but the wisdom to live in harmony with it. Remarkable strategies for survival. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the desert treasures timing more than strength, then now, as our journey carries us deeper into this seemingly barren landscape, we will meet the first inhabitants who have transformed conservation into an art of survival. Perhaps, when we were children, we were taught that life depends upon finding water. That water is the first requirement for survival. That is absolutely true. Yet nature always finds ways to expand what we once believed to be absolute. Because amid endless seas of sand stretching to every horizon, there are creatures that spend their entire lives without ever seeing a flowing river, without ever drinking water in the way we imagine. And yet, they remain healthy, they reproduce, they continue passing life from one generation to the next. It sounds impossible, but the desert is built upon things that seem impossible. Perhaps the first thing we need to change is not our understanding of the desert, but the questions we ask. Instead of asking, how can they survive without water? Perhaps we should ask, how has nature taught them to live alongside scarcity? Sometimes, changing a single question changes the entire world. Among the creatures that have fascinated biologists the most is the kangaroo rat, a tiny rodent native to the deserts of North America. At first glance, there seems to be nothing extraordinary about it. A small body, long hind legs, a slender tail, bright black eyes shining in the darkness. Yet hidden within that tiny body is one of the most efficient survival systems evolution has ever produced. The kangaroo rat rarely needs to drink water at all. Instead, it obtains moisture from the dry seeds it gathers each night. As its body metabolizes carbohydrates and fats, water is produced. Biologists call this metabolic water. It is not magic, it is chemistry. Yet sometimes, nature's chemistry is every bit as beautiful as magic. But the story does not end there. The kangaroo rat's kidneys operate with astonishing efficiency. They conserve nearly every single molecule of water. Its urine becomes far more concentrated than that of most other mammals. Every breath, every drop of moisture, every unit of energy is managed with extraordinary precision. Nothing is wasted. Perhaps that is what continually amazes us about nature. It does not strive for excess. It strives for balance. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness." And the word happy would lose its meaning if there is no single formula for survival. Some creatures choose to burrow underground. Some climb onto rocks. Some survive through estivation. Some rely on incredible speed. Others remain perfectly still for hours. Every strategy is the right one, as long as it fits the creature that uses it. Among the desert's most remarkable strategies, perhaps hunting at exactly the right moment is one of the most extraordinary. Many desert predators do not chase their prey throughout the day. They watch, they listen, they wait, sometimes for dozens of minutes, sometimes for hours, only to burst into action for a few fleeting seconds. The greatest waste of energy is not the sprint itself, it is the unnecessary sprint. Nature teaches them that one well-timed action is worth more than 100 reckless ones. At the opposite extreme, some creatures choose almost complete stillness. Many desert lizards, insects, and spiders can remain so perfectly motionless that they become indistinguishable from the surrounding sand and stone, not because they are weak, but because sometimes the safest choice is to attract no attention at all. It is fascinating. Human beings often think of movement as proof of life, yet the desert reveals that sometimes stillness is the truest expression of wisdom. Not every opportunity must be seized immediately. Not every thought needs to be spoken. Not every battle deserves to be fought. There are moments when the strongest thing we can do is remain still, and moments when the wisest thing we can do is wait. Carl Gustav Jung spent much of his life describing the natural rhythm of our inner world. He never viewed personal growth as a straight line forever moving upward. Instead, he saw it as a process that sometimes expands and sometimes becomes quiet. Perhaps the desert tells exactly the same story. By day, everything seems asleep. By night, life quietly begins to move once again. Neither season is wasted. Every silence is preparing the movement that follows. Tonight, as you rest and listen, perhaps allow yourself to slow down. You do not need to solve everything tonight. You do not need to run faster than you did yesterday. You do not need to remain constantly busy to prove you are making progress. Nature has never asked that of you. Neither has the desert. It simply reminds us that conservation is not only about saving water, it is also about preserving energy, protecting inner peace, and making room for the quiet moments our hearts need in order to heal. In the next chapter, we will encounter the remarkable bodies that evolution has quietly shaped across millions of years. Extraordinary ears, protective spines, remarkable scales, and footsteps that appear ordinary, yet are masterpieces of natural design, where every detail exists for a clear and purposeful reason. And, perhaps, the more we understand them, the more we realize that in the desert, the body itself is a story about the wisdom of adaptation. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that life in the desert survives through the art of conserving energy, now we journey one step deeper, because survival is written not only in behavior, it is engraved into the very shape of every living creature. Perhaps nowhere on Earth reveals the beauty of evolution more clearly than the desert. Here, every ear, every spine, every scale, every footprint is the result of millions of years of quiet experimentation. No blueprint was drawn in a single day. No invention appeared overnight. Nature has been patient, extraordinarily patient. It tries one tiny change, observes, keeps what works, then introduces another small change, repeating this cycle across countless generations, until bodies emerge that seem almost perfectly suited to this arid world. If there is one animal capable of making people smile the very first time they see it, it is probably the fennec fox. A tiny body, sand-colored fur, large, dark eyes, and above all, two enormous ears that seem almost too large for the rest of its body. At first glance, they appear simply adorable. Yet nature rarely creates anything merely for beauty. Inside those remarkable ears lies a dense network of blood vessels. As blood flows through them, excess body heat is released into the surrounding air, helping cool the fox without losing precious water through sweating. Those same ears also detect the faintest movements beneath the sand, a sound almost too quiet to hear. An insect digging, a tiny rodent shifting underground. Within the stillness of the desert night, those ears become two exquisitely sensitive antennas, listening to things human beings would never notice. Perhaps that reminds us that the ability to listen may be even more valuable than the ability to speak. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Perhaps nature and life meet in much the same way. Each time, the environment changes. Living creatures change with it, and through countless encounters, new forms slowly emerge, not to become more beautiful, but to become more fitting. The desert's most enduring symbol is surely the camel. For centuries, people have called it the ship of the desert, not merely because it carries heavy loads, but because every part of its body seems designed to travel beside the endless dunes. Its hump is not a reservoir of water, as many once believed. It is a storehouse of fat, a precious reserve of energy for long journeys. When food becomes scarce, that fat is gradually converted into energy, producing metabolic water in the process. Its feet are broad, soft, designed to spread its weight, preventing it from sinking deeply into loose sand. Its eyelashes are long, arranged in 2 protective layers, shielding its eyes from blowing sand. Its nostrils can close tightly, keeping fine grains from entering. Every detail feels like an elegant solution to a problem nature patiently solved. Nothing is excessive. Nothing is meaningless. Far away, among Australia's red deserts, another remarkable creature has captivated biologists. The thorny devil, a lizard covered from head to tail, with sharp-looking spines. At first, those spines appear to exist only for defense, but the truth is far more remarkable. Between the scales covering the thorny devil's body run countless microscopic channels. When morning dew settles, or when its body touches damp sand, water is drawn through those channels by capillary action, traveling all the way to the corners of its mouth, as though its body were a perfectly engineered plumbing system. Not a single tiny drop is wasted. Perhaps, nature always knows how to make the most of even the smallest gifts. The same wisdom appears in the sidewinder rattlesnake. If you have ever seen the tracks it leaves behind, you will notice elegant curves, like a ribbon resting upon the sand. Instead of dragging its entire body across the scorching ground, it touches the surface with only small sections at a time, lifting, placing, lifting again. As a result, far less heat enters its body, and moving across loose sand becomes remarkably efficient. It looks like an unusual way of traveling, yet it is simply the quiet wisdom of evolution, accumulated across countless generations. Among plants, the stories are just as beautiful. When most people look at a cactus, the first thing they notice is its spines. Yet those spines were once leaves. Across millions of years, the leaves gradually became smaller until they transformed into spines. Because every broad leaf allowed precious water to escape through evaporation, nature did not remove the leaves. It transformed them into a new shape, one capable of keeping the plant alive. Meanwhile, the stem gradually became a reservoir. Every rare rainfall, carefully stored, providing life through the long, dry months that followed. Perhaps that is one of evolution's most beautiful lessons. It does not destroy what already exists. It transforms it. Jung devoted many years to exploring the transformation of the human soul. He believed maturity is not becoming an entirely different person. It is growing from what we already are. Perhaps nature teaches exactly the same lesson. The leaf does not disappear. It becomes a spine. The skin does not merely protect. It learns to conserve water. The feet do not simply walk. They learn how to travel across sand. Nothing is created without purpose. No experience is entirely wasted. Tonight, as you lie quietly, letting these stories drift gently through your mind, perhaps take a moment to look inward. Who knows? Some of the things you once believed were flaws. They may, in fact, be the very things helping you adapt to life in your own unique way. There are scars. There are memories. There are experiences. At first glance, they may seem like thorns. Yet, perhaps, they have been quietly protecting the softest parts of your soul. Perhaps, nature has never searched for perfection. It has always searched for what fits. And that is what makes every creature of the desert a masterpiece. Not because it is the strongest, but because it is completely itself. In the next chapter, we will leave the world of animals behind and enter a very different kind of forest. Not one shaded by lush green canopies, but one made of towering cacti, ancient shrubs, and remarkable plants that have learned to preserve every drop of water as though safeguarding one of nature's most precious memories. If, in the previous chapter, we admired the extraordinary bodies that evolution patiently shaped over millions of years, then now, as our imagined footsteps carry us deeper into the heart of the desert, another world slowly reveals itself, the world of plants. At first, that may sound surprising, because when most people think of the desert, they imagine a place without greenery. Yet, as with so many things in this landscape, the truth is more subtle than it first appears. The desert has never been without plants. It simply shelters plants that live according to an entirely different philosophy. If a tropical rainforest is a symphony of abundance, then the desert is like a melody composed of only a few slow notes. Very few, yet every note arrives at precisely the right moment. Perhaps that is the beauty of restraint. A lone cactus standing amid an ocean of sand may seem lonely to a traveler, yet through nature's eyes, it is a masterpiece of adaptation. At first glance, its thick trunk, its absence of broad leafy branches, its covering of sharp spines may seem unremarkable, but together they tell an extraordinary story. Long ago, the ancestors of many cactus species had leaves, broad, thin, much like those of countless other plants. But beneath the relentless desert sun, every leaf became a place where precious water escaped. Across countless generations, nature slowly reduced those leaves until they became spines. Those spines do far more than reduce water loss. They cast tiny patches of shade across the plant's surface, helping lower its temperature. They also protect it from thirsty animals searching desperately for moisture. Meanwhile, its stem became an enormous reservoir, quietly storing every precious drop of rain. Perhaps the greatest miracle is not that the cactus survives drought, but that it transformed its own body into a treasury of life. During the day, most plants around the world open their stomata to absorb carbon dioxide. But if a cactus did the same, it would lose far too much water. So nature discovered another solution. It waits until nightfall, when the air grows cooler, when humidity gently rises. Only then, its tiny stomata quietly open, breathing, preparing energy for the following day. Botanists call this strategy CAM photosynthesis. But beyond the scientific terminology, perhaps one simple lesson is enough. Even breathing, the desert teaches us, must happen at the right time. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps a tiny spine, a microscopic stoma, opening only after sunset, or a single drop of water, preserved inside a stem, carries more meaning than grand achievements that cannot sustain life. Farther into the deserts of North America, we encounter the saguaro cactus, one of the largest cactus species on Earth. Some individuals grow taller than 10 meters, live for centuries, and develop their iconic arms only after many decades have passed. If human beings lived according to the rhythm of the saguaro, 20 years of age might still resemble a young seedling. Some saguaros require nearly a century before reaching their familiar form. Yet, they have never hurried. Nature has never asked them to grow faster, only to grow according to their own rhythm. Perhaps that invites us to reflect. How many times have we believed ourselves to be falling behind? While nature has never measured the worth of any living thing by its speed, one of the strangest plants on Earth is not a cactus at all. It is welwitschia, native to the Namib Desert. Some individuals are estimated to be well over 1,000 years old. Its greatest mystery is that throughout its extraordinarily long life, it grows only 2 leaves. Those same 2 leaves continue lengthening, continue being torn by the wind, continue wearing away with time. From a distance, they appear to be hundreds of separate leaves, yet they remain the very same pair. that first emerged centuries ago. Only they have lived long enough for time itself to leave its mark upon them. Perhaps human beings are much the same. Many of the qualities that define us today were present very early in life. It is simply that life has reshaped them, changed their appearance, changed the way they reveal themselves. Another remarkable desert plant, the creosote bush, is famous for its extraordinary longevity. Some clonal colonies are believed to have survived for thousands of years. Meanwhile, the Joshua tree, with branches stretching upward like arms raised in prayer beneath the open sky, has become a symbol of resilience, not because it fights the desert, but because it has learned to live alongside it. Interestingly, most desert plants invest enormous energy below the surface. Some roots plunge dozens of meters into the earth, searching for groundwater no human eye can see. Others spread outward across vast areas just beneath the surface, ready to absorb every rare drop of rainfall. There is no single strategy, only many different paths leading toward the same destination, the continuation of life. Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps every desert plant quietly lives according to that privilege. No cactus tries to become a forest. No shrub dreams of becoming a meadow. No species imitates another. Each simply continues refining itself. Perhaps that is one of nature's gentlest lessons for us. Not everyone must grow quickly. Not everyone must shine as brightly as someone else. What matters more is learning how to grow deep roots, to preserve the water within your own soul, and to continue growing, even through life's driest seasons. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine yourself sitting beneath the shade of an ancient saguaro. Endless sand stretches in every direction. The sky overflows with stars. The silence is so complete that only the soft whisper of the wind remains. In that place, time is no longer measured by clocks, but by rainy seasons, by blossoms, by leaves growing old. Perhaps that is the rhythm nature has always hoped we would remember, that everything enduring requires time, and every beautiful form of life begins with roots no one else can see. In the next chapter, we will witness one of the desert's most breathtaking miracles, the moment when a single brief rainfall awakens an entire sleeping landscape. Millions of seeds come alive, flowers bloom within hours, food webs burst into motion, and the whole desert seems to awaken beneath one of nature's oldest miracles. Little known wonders of the desert. If, in the previous chapter, we witnessed how one rare rainfall can awaken an entire world sleeping beneath the sand, then now, let us slow our pace once more, not to search for new creatures, but simply to look down at the ground beneath our feet, because perhaps the desert's greatest mystery is not what lives upon it, but what the land itself has been quietly telling us all along. There is something fascinating. When standing in the desert, people often feel they are in an extraordinarily simple place. Only sand, storm, and wind. Yet geologists see something entirely different. To them, every rock is a page, every layer of sand is a chapter, and the entire desert becomes a vast library where time has patiently written Earth's story over millions of years. If you spent enough time sitting beside a solitary boulder among the dunes, you might notice that many rocks no longer display their original color. Across their surfaces lies a thin coating of dark brown, sometimes almost black. At first glance, it resembles an old layer of forgotten paint. In geology, this remarkable phenomenon is known as desert varnish. For centuries, people had no idea how this mysterious coating formed. Today, scientists believe it develops extraordinarily slowly through a combination of airborne dust, minerals such as manganese and iron, and the activity of microscopic organisms. What makes desert varnish remarkable is not merely its appearance, but the astonishing speed at which it forms. Sometimes, nature requires thousands of years to create a layer no thicker than a single sheet of paper. It is difficult to imagine. Something our eyes perceive as a thin stain may represent more time than the history of many civilizations. Perhaps that is the desert's quiet reminder. Not everything precious is created quickly. Some forms of beauty can be completed only by time. A quotation often attributed to Carl Gustav Jung says, "Hurry is not of the devil, it is the devil." However, there is no reliable evidence that Jung ever wrote those words. What he truly wrote resonates far more closely with the spirit of the desert. Nature is not only matter, she is also spirit. Perhaps, when we look at a stone lying in the middle of the desert, we are seeing far more than matter. We are seeing time, we are seeing patience, and we are witnessing the invisible hands of nature, quietly continuing their work. Continue walking, and you may encounter another remarkable phenomenon. On windy days, when millions of grains of sand begin moving together, some enormous dunes produce sound. Not the sound of the wind, but a deep, résonnant, sustained tone, like the voice of a cello rising from beneath the earth. This phenomenon is known as singing dunes, or, as they are sometimes called, the dunes that sing. In many ancient cultures, people believed these sounds were the voices of gods, or the spirits of the desert. Today, science suggests that these mysterious tones occur when sand grains of nearly identical size slide down a dune in a very particular way. Tiny vibrations resonate together, creating a sound that can travel astonishing distances. It is extraordinary. A single grain of sand produces almost no sound at all. Yet when millions move together in perfect rhythm, the entire desert begins to sing. Perhaps people are much the same. A single thought, one action, or one act of kindness may seem insignificant, but when countless small things resonate together, they can create profound change. Farther on, you may discover vast white landscapes that resemble snow, yet they lie in the heart of scorching deserts. These are salt flats, immense plains of salt. Long ago, they were the bottoms of ancient lakes. As the climate changed, the water slowly evaporated. The minerals remained, settling, crystallizing, and over thousands of years, becoming dazzling white plains. Seen from above, they resemble enormous mirrors reflecting the entire sky. Once again, the desert reminds us that the past never truly disappears. It simply changes its form. The lakes are gone, yet their memory remains written upon the land. Perhaps people carry their own salt flats within them, experiences that have passed, no longer present, yet leaving behind beautiful traces inside the soul. Another phenomenon surprises many visitors. Flash floods. The very words sound almost impossible. How can one of the driest places on Earth experience devastating floods? Yet because the ground is so dry, rainwater often cannot soak in immediately. A heavy storm many kilometers away can suddenly send walls of water rushing through canyons and dry riverbeds at tremendous speed. It is another reminder that even the quietest landscapes hold extraordinary power. The desert is not motionless. It simply changes according to rhythms unlike any other. If you continue observing, you may notice rocks with remarkably smooth faces, sharp edges, surfaces that appear carefully polished. These are known as ventifacts, stones sculpted by the wind, not over months, nor years, but across tens of thousands of years. Tiny grains of sand, carried endlessly by the wind, strike the rock again and again, never tiring, until the entire stone slowly changes its shape. Perhaps this is one of nature's most beautiful images of perseverance. No overwhelming force is required, only one tiny action. Repeated long enough, time completes everything else. Jung once wrote, "Life calls not for perfection, but for completeness." Perhaps nature has never sought perfection either. Those rocks are not perfect. They are simply continuing to become themselves beneath the patient hands of the wind. Finally, hidden beneath the sand, scientists continue discovering ancient riverbeds, dry channels that no longer carry water, yet satellite imagery, geological layers, and sediment samples reveal that rivers once flowed there. They nourished forests, supported countless forms of life, and shaped entire landscapes. This reminds us that the desert is not merely the present, it is memory, it is history, it is one vast diary of our planet, and every layer of sand protects stories that humanity has only just begun to read. Tonight, as you listen, imagine yourself sitting upon an ancient stone in the middle of the desert. A gentle breeze surrounds you, the sky is filled with stars, and beneath your feet, millions of years of history sleep in silence. In that place, time no longer feels like something urging us to hurry. It becomes a storyteller, slow, patient, compassionate. In the next chapter, we will look even closer, no longer at rocks or dunes, but into an invisible world beneath our feet. A world of microscopic life too small for the naked eye to see, yet quietly responsible for sustaining the entire desert ecosystem. And perhaps it will become the most beautiful reminder of all, that in nature, the smallest things often carry the greatest responsibilities. If, in the previous chapter, we read the stories time carved into stone, dunes and rivers that vanished thousands of years ago, then now, let us look even lower, so low that our eyes can barely follow, because beneath every step we take, there exists an almost invisible world, a world without which the desert might never have become a home for life at all. People often believe that the most important members of an ecosystem are its largest creatures, ancient trees, great herds of animals, or predators standing at the top of the food chain. Yet nature repeatedly tells a different story. Sometimes, the beings that keep an entire world alive are so small that human eyes cannot even see them. If you gathered a handful of desert soil, at first, you would notice only tiny grains of sand, small pebbles, perhaps a few dry leaves carried by the wind. But beneath the microscope, everything changes. Between those grains of sand, countless bacteria, fungi, lichens, algae, and other microorganisms carry on their work without sound, without recognition, without anyone noticing. Yet every second, they continue building life itself. Ecologists call this remarkable surface layer the biological soil crust. At first, the name sounds rather ordinary, yet its importance is extraordinary. The microorganisms within this living crust are like invisible builders. They bind soil particles together, helping prevent the desert floor from blowing away. They preserve precious moisture after rare rainfall. They participate in the nitrogen and carbon cycles. They create conditions that allow seeds to germinate. In other words, what appears to us as little more than a thin layer of dust is actually the foundation of an entire ecosystem. Perhaps that is a beautiful image, because in life, foundations are often quiet. No one enters a house to admire its foundation. No one praises the roots hidden deep beneath the ground. Yet without them, nothing above could remain standing. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The foundation of all mental life is the unconscious." Perhaps those words apply not only to the human mind, they also offer a way of seeing nature. The things that matter most are often the things we cannot see, just as the unconscious quietly shapes our thoughts. The biological soil crust quietly shapes the life of the desert. Some tiny bacteria possess the remarkable ability to fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. transforming it into nutrients plants can use. Certain fungi weave microscopic networks around plant roots, helping them absorb water more efficiently. Some algae quietly perform photosynthesis beneath the desert sun, little by little, producing organic matter in this nutrient-poor environment. No single organism does everything, yet together they accomplish what none could ever achieve alone. Perhaps that is nature's most beautiful symphony, not the brilliance of one individual, but the harmony created by countless small lives working together. Another discovery continues to amaze scientists: the astonishing dormancy of many microorganisms during long periods of drought. Many fungal spores and bacteria almost completely suspend their biological activity. Biologists call them dormant spores, sleeping spores. They are not dead. They are waiting. Some remain dormant for years, even longer, until a rare rainfall moistens the soil. Within an astonishingly short time, they awaken, grow, reproduce, and quietly prepare for another long season of waiting. If we observed the desert for only a single day, we might conclude that the land was completely lifeless. But if we observed for years, we would discover life never disappeared. It simply chose a different rhythm. Perhaps people experience similar seasons, times when we feel we are making no progress, not changing, not growing. Yet perhaps those are simply the seasons during which the soul is quietly preparing itself for another spring. Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Perhaps the desert has always invited us to look more deeply, not only into the earth beneath our feet, but into ourselves, because the most important transformations rarely happen on the surface. Before a seed can sprout, it must first split open in darkness. Before a root can reach upward, it must first grow downward. Perhaps people also need their own quiet seasons in order to grow. What is truly remarkable is that even when the entire desert appears wrapped in silence, those microorganisms continue their work. No one applauds them. No one sees them. No one knows their names. Yet they continue, day after day, hour after hour, moment after moment. Perhaps nature has never taught that something's value depends upon how many people notice it. Quite the opposite. Many of the most precious things happen quietly. The beating of our hearts, the division of a single cell, the growth of a root, or the work of millions of microorganisms beneath the sand. All of them are silent, yet none of them can be spared. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps think about the smallest things in your own life: a healthy habit, a word of gratitude, an evening of genuine rest, an honest conversation. At first glance, they may not seem capable of changing very much, but just like the desert's biological soil crust, small things repeated every day quietly become the foundation of an entire life. Perhaps that is why nature always leaves us feeling humble. The more carefully we observe, the more we realize the world is not supported by the largest things, but by countless tiny ones, working together in silence. And in the next chapter, we will meet creatures so extraordinary that people once believed they could exist only in fairy tales. A beetle that drinks water from fog, another that navigates by the Milky Way, scorpions that glow beneath ultraviolet light, spiders that cartwheel down sand dunes, and ants that read polarized light in the sky. The deeper we journey into the desert, the more clearly we discover that this is far more than an arid landscape. It is a living laboratory where evolution has quietly created wonders for millions of years. If, in the previous chapter, we explored the invisible world of microorganisms quietly supporting the entire desert ecosystem, then now, as night settles across the dunes and countless stars begin shining overhead, We will meet creatures so tiny that many people once believed their abilities belonged only in legends. Yet nature is sometimes even more imaginative than humanity itself. Perhaps one of the things biologists find most fascinating about the desert is not its largest animals, but its smallest ones, because the smaller they are, the more inventive they seem forced to become. In a place where every drop of water is precious, where every mistake may cost a life, evolution has produced solutions so elegant that they continue to astonish us. Let us begin with a very early morning in the Namib Desert. Before the sun rises above the horizon, cold air from the Atlantic Ocean slowly drifts inland. A thin blanket of fog settles across the dunes. From a distance, it appears to be an ordinary morning, but for one tiny beetle, it is the most important moment of the day. This remarkable insect is commonly known as the Namib desert beetle. When it senses moisture in the air, it slowly climbs to the crest of a dune, not in search of food, not in search of shelter, but simply to face its back toward the breeze. Its shell is not perfectly smooth. Tiny water-attracting regions alternate with water-repelling ones. Because of this remarkable design, moisture from the fog condenses into tiny droplets. The droplets grow larger, then roll down its body, straight into its mouth. No river, no lake, no rainfall, only the gentlest veil of fog is enough to sustain life. It reminds us that nature does not always create greater resources. Sometimes, it simply teaches living things how to use what they already have. Perhaps, human beings are much the same. We often imagine happiness arriving only when we possess more. Yet so much peace begins by recognizing the value of what is already around us. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The smallest things with a meaning are worth more in life than the greatest things without it." A single drop of water may mean very little to someone living in a city, but for that tiny beetle, it is tomorrow itself. Leaving the fog-covered dunes behind, we lift our eyes toward the night sky, where millions of stars quietly shine. For centuries, human beings have navigated by the stars. Sailors, nomads, anciens caravans, all found their way beneath the heavens. Yet remarkably, we are not the only species capable of doing so. A tiny dung beetle from Africa has been shown to navigate using the Milky Way. After rolling a ball of dung to use as food, it must quickly move away from crowded areas before another beetle steals its treasure. Without a reliable reference, it would simply travel in circles. So on clear nights, it raises its head, using the glowing band of the Milky Way as a natural compass. Perhaps it is one of nature's most beautiful images, a tiny creature guided by an entire galaxy. It reminds us that perhaps even the most distant things can quietly guide what is closest to us. Another phenomenon has amazed people for centuries: scorpions that glow beneath ultraviolet light. By day, they appear brown or pale yellow, blending almost perfectly into the landscape. Yet, under ultraviolet illumination, their entire bodies glow an eerie green or blue. Even today, scientists have not reached complete agreement about why. Some researchers believe the glow helps scorpions sense ambient light. Others suggest it is simply a byproduct of their outer shell. Whatever the explanation, it reminds us of something fascinating. Nature still holds countless mysteries. Not every question has been answered, and perhaps that is exactly what makes science so beautiful. Jung once wrote, "The least understood things are often the most important." That spirit seems perfectly suited to the desert. The more we discover, the more we realize how little we truly know. As our journey continues, we encounter a tiny spider living among steep sand dunes. When threatened, instead of running, it curls itself into a ball, then tumbles repeatedly downhill like a tiny wheel. Scientists call this remarkable escape behavior cartwheeling. Within only seconds, It can outrun predators far more effectively than by crawling. At first, the sight seems almost comical, yet behind it lies millions of years of evolution. A simple solution, remarkably effective. Nature never asks whether an idea is elegant, only whether it allows life to continue. Another tiny desert inhabitant finds its way differently. Many desert ants navigate using polarized light in the sky. Even when the sun is partly hidden, specialized light-sensitive cells within their eyes allow them to determine direction. It is almost as though they carry an invisible map, not buried beneath the earth, not drawn across the sand, but written upon the sky itself. Perhaps the true miracle is not that these natural compasses exist, but that humanity required so many years to notice them. Because nature never rushes to reveal its secrets. It opens one quiet door at a time. For those patient enough to observe, perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung meant when speaking of the journey inward. He never believed people could understand themselves through a single answer. Every experience, every dream, every symbol is another small piece of the puzzle, gradually revealing something deeper. The desert is much the same. The more closely you look, the more clearly you understand. Nothing here exists by accident. Aving, Oleg, a style of movement, a behavior, every detail is the product of countless experiments carried out across millions of years. Tonight, as you lie quietly and allow your thoughts to slow, perhaps imagine a beetle lifting its eyes toward the Milky Way, another collecting droplets of fog upon its back, a tiny spider tumbling effortlessly down a dune, and somewhere nearby, a scorpion glowing softly beneath a light invisible to ordinary human eyes. Each one living in its own unique way, never loud, never boastful, yet perfectly suited to its world. Perhaps that is the most beautiful story the desert has to tell. Nature's greatest wonders do not exist only among the largest things. They also live within its smallest creatures, the ones we would forever overlook, unless we paused, bent down, and looked closely enough. And in the next chapter, we will meet another group of remarkable desert inhabitants, birds that run faster than they fly, tortoises that spend decades beneath the ground, meerkats forever watching the horizon, and animals that will help us understand every creature is a different answer that nature has given to the very same question. How can life continue in a place that seems almost impossible for life to exist? If, in the previous chapter, we marveled at tiny creatures that harvest droplets of fog, navigate by the Milky Way, and read invisible patterns of polarized light in the sky, then now, our journey brings us to another remarkable group of desert inhabitants, animals that remind us, each time we observe them, that nature has never enjoyed repeating itself. Every creature is a different solution to the same challenge: how to survive. Perhaps, if you asked a child what the greatest gift of a bird should be, the answer would be simple: to fly. But the desert smiles and introduces us to a bird called the roadrunner, a famous resident of the deserts of North America. At first glance, it is perfectly capable of flight. Its wings are strong enough. Yet for most of its life, it chooses to run. And it runs remarkably fast. At times, a roadrunner can exceed 30 kilometers per hour, fast enough to chase down small lizards, catch snakes, or disappear before a predator can come too close. At first, it may seem as though it has abandoned the gift of the sky, but in reality, it has simply chosen the most efficient way to live where it belongs. Flight requires tremendous energy. Running across the ground costs far less. Once again, the desert whispers another lesson. Not every ability we possess needs to be used all the time. Wisdom sometimes means knowing what to do and what can patiently wait. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, Wisdom accepts that all things have two sides. Perhaps evolution has always approached every challenge from more than one direction. What succeeds in a rainforest may fail in a desert. What is perfect for one species may be entirely wrong for another. There is no universal formula, only what fits. Leaving behind the swift footsteps of the roadrunner, we meet a creature that could hardly be more different: the burrowing owl. When most people think of owls, they imagine tall trees, dark forests, moonlit branches. But the burrowing owl has chosen an entirely different life. It lives beneath the ground, in burrows dug by itself or by other animals. During the blazing heat of the day, the earth becomes a cool, quiet, safe refuge. Only after sunset does it quietly emerge, patiently observing, patiently hunting. Perhaps its greatest achievement is not the burrow itself, but the fact that it abandoned the traditional home of its relatives in order to adapt to an entirely different world. Nature never asks living creatures to remain loyal to the past. It simply encourages them to adapt. Farther into the arid landscape, we encounter the desert tortoise, a creature that surprises many people. A tortoise living in a desert. At first, the two seem incompatible, yet that is precisely what makes nature so beautiful. The desert tortoise spends much of its life inside underground burrows. Some individuals live for more than 50 years, even much longer. When the rare, rainy season finally arrives, they drink enormous quantities of water, then store it inside their bladders. That precious reserve allows them to survive many dry months that follow, not because they know exactly what the future holds, but because evolution has taught them to prepare. Perhaps that is something people sometimes need to learn as well. Not to live in fear, but to prepare wisely. While favorable conditions still exist, farther south, across the semi-deserts of southern Africa, groups of meerkats appear. They live together, dig together, raise their young together, search for food together. Yet what has made them famous is the sight of one individual standing upright on its hind legs, watching the horizon, while the others continue feeding. It is the sentinel. If danger appears, one small warning call is enough. The entire group disappears underground in an instant. It reminds us that survival is not always built upon individual strength. Some species endure through trust, through cooperation, through each member willingly carrying part of the responsibility for the whole community. Perhaps that is one of nature's most beautiful lessons. Competition is not always the only path. Sometimes life survives because living things survive together. Another desert resident makes many people smile the moment they first see it. The horned lizard. Its head is covered with sharp spines. Its body is broad and flat. Its coloring blends almost perfectly into the surrounding sand. When it remains perfectly still, it becomes nearly impossible to distinguish from the stones around it. When threatened, it often refuses to move. If that is not enough, it inflates its body, making those spines far more difficult for predators to swallow. Some species can even squirt a tiny stream of blood from the area around their eyes, startling would-be attackers. It sounds astonishingly strange. Yet in nature, the important question is never whether something is strange or ordinary, only whether it works. Perhaps nature has never cared about being like anyone else. It cares only about allowing life to continue. And elsewhere, another seemingly impossible creature appears. The desert frog. When we think of frogs, we imagine ponds, wet meadows, or rainy seasons. Yet this remarkable amphibian spends most of its life beneath the sand. When conditions become too dry, it burrows deep underground, encloses itself within a protective cocoon, and enters a prolonged state of dormancy. sometimes lasting months, sometimes even years, simply waiting for the next rainfall. The moment moisture returns to the soil, it awakens, breeds rapidly, lays its eggs, completes nearly its entire life cycle, before the water disappears once again. Perhaps this is one of nature's clearest demonstrations of never wasting even the briefest opportunity, never careless, never hesitant, yet never acting before the right moment arrives. Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps every inhabitant of the desert quietly lives by those words. The roadrunner never tries to become an eagle. The burrowing owl never longs to return to the forest. The desert tortoise never competes with an antelope. The meerkat never chooses to live alone. The horned lizard never wishes it could run like a cheetah. The desert frog never hopes the desert will become a wetland. Each species has found its own path, and together they create the richness of nature. Tonight, as you listen to these stories, perhaps think about your own life. Maybe life has never asked you to become someone else, just as the desert has never asked every creature to live the same way. Some people grow quickly, others mature more slowly. Some love to speak, others find meaning in listening. Some discover strength in solitude, others discover strength beside those they trust. No two paths are ever the same, and perhaps that is the most beautiful truth of all. Each of us is learning to adapt to life according to a rhythm that belongs uniquely to us. In the next chapter, we will bring this remarkable chapter to a close by stepping back and seeing the desert from an even wider perspective, when all the grains of sand, the ancient rocks, the microorganisms, the insects, and the extraordinary inhabitants of the desert come together to form one complete picture. We begin to realize, the more closely we look, the less the desert resembles a barren wasteland. Instead, it feels like a vast laboratory, where evolution has been patiently at work for millions of years. The desert and the history of Earth. If, in the previous chapter, we explored the desert as a vast laboratory of evolution where every grain of sand, every living creature, and every breath of wind tells its own story, then now our journey widens even further. Not just thousands of years, not even millions of years, but the entire history of Earth. For perhaps the greatest wonder of the desert lies not in what exists today, but in what it once was. Human beings often see the world as though everything has always been the way it is now. The mountains have always stood there. The oceans have always been blue. The forests have always been filled with trees. And deserts have always been nothing but endless sand. But nature, once again, tells us an entirely different story. If we could travel back 6,000 to 8,000 years and stand where we now call the Sahara, you might not recognize where you are. Before your eyes, there would be no endless dunes. Instead, you would see vast grasslands swaying gently in the wind, lakes reflecting the blue sky, herds of antelope racing across the horizon, giraffes calmly browsing on leafy trees, elephants making their slow journey toward fresh water, hippopotamuses resting in quiet lakes, and somewhere nearby, smoke rising from the cooking fires of some of humanity's earliest communities on a peaceful afternoon. It is difficult to believe, yet this is not imagination. Archaeologists have discovered thousands of rock carvings throughout the heart of the Sahara. Among them are images of crocodiles, hippopotamuses, fish, boats, people swimming, people fishing, people herding cattle. These ancient images are like letters sent from the past to the present, quietly reminding us that a place once overflowing with life can one day become a sea of sand, and that what we consider permanent may be only a fleeting moment in the long current of time. Scientists call this period the African humid period, a time when changes in Earth's orbit and shifts in the African monsoon brought far more rainfall than the region receives today. Lakes appeared, rivers flowed, vegetation spread across the landscape. Then, gradually, as the climate changed, rainfall declined, the lakes slowly shrank, the grasslands retreated, the sands advanced, not over a few years, but across thousands of years, so slowly that countless generations of people never realized they were witnessing one of the greatest environmental transformations in Earth's history. Perhaps that is what makes nature's sense of time so extraordinary. It never rushes. It never announces itself with noise. It simply continues moving, quietly, patiently, until the whole world has changed. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Life has always seemed to me like a plant that lives on its rhizome. Its true life is invisible, hidden in the rhizome." He used the image of roots to describe the inner life of the human mind. But perhaps it also speaks beautifully of our planet, because so much of Earth's story does not lie upon its surface. It is preserved within layers of sediment, within fossils, within ancient grains of pollen, within dried lake beds, and within every layer of sand, patiently laid down by the wind over thousands of years. Today, using satellite imagery, scientists can still trace the hidden paths of ancient rivers beneath the Sahara. The rivers themselves are gone, but their channels remain, like the old veins of a body, transformed by time. Sometimes, after unusually heavy rains, fragments of these ancient riverbeds briefly reappear, as though the past has awakened for just a moment, before quietly disappearing beneath the sand once more. Perhaps human beings carry rivers like these within themselves. There are memories that seem long forgotten. Until la familiar chant, a melody, or an ordinary afternoon that somehow feels like years ago, brings everything rushing back, not because those memories ever truly disappeared, but because they were always there, waiting patiently for the right moment to emerge. Jung believed that the deepest parts of the human psyche never truly vanish. They simply change the way they reveal themselves. Perhaps the desert does the same. Its forests are gone. Its lakes have dried away. Yet their traces still rest beneath the earth, waiting for us to learn how to read them. What is fascinating is that the Sahara is far from the only desert that has changed. Throughout geological history, Earth's climate has continually shifted. There were ages when ice covered vast continents, times when tropical forests spread across enormous regions, periods when sea levels stood far higher than they do today, and eras of prolonged drought. All of this reminds us that change is not an exception. It is nature's very essence. Perhaps that is also why change often unsettles us. We long for stability. We hope that beautiful moments will last forever. We wish life would remain the same. Yet Earth has never worked that way. It is always moving, always adapting, always renewing itself, not to destroy life, but to allow life to continue in new forms. There is a beautiful image, often shared by paleontologists, standing amid an endless sea of sand. They dig only a few meters into the ground and discover fresh water shells or fossils of fish that once swam where nothing remains today but sand. In moments like that, it feels as though a doorway through time has opened, revealing that every landscape has lived many different lives, and every layer of earth is another page in an ancient journal. Jung once wrote, "The world hangs on a thin thread, and that is the psyche of man." Perhaps, if we widen that thought, we might also say that the physical world and the inner world continually reflect one another. The desert teaches us that nothing remains forever unchanged. The human soul is no different. Sorrows eventually transform. Joys also change. Hardships do not last forever, but the seeds of hope if they are carefully preserved, will always find their season to grow. Tonight, as you listen to these stories, perhaps imagine yourself standing in the Sahara, not the Sahara of today, but the Sahara 8,000 years ago. Around you are birdsong, the sound of flowing water, the wind passing through endless grasslands. Then, very slowly, the landscape begins to change. The rains become less frequent, the vegetation grows thinner, the lakes shrink, the wind carries more and more sand, until, at last, an immense desert appears. There is never a single moment when everything changes at once, only countless tiny changes, quietly gathered together by time. Perhaps our own lives unfold the same way. The greatest transformations rarely happen in a single day. They are built from thousands of small moments, ordinary choices, quiet thoughts. And then, one day, looking back, we suddenly realize we have become someone entirely different. In the next chapter, our journey will continue beyond the Sahara, to landscapes even older, deserts so dry they have been compared to Mars, frozen deserts of ice, and places that have silently witnessed Earth's history for tens of millions of years. The farther we travel, the more we will understand that the desert is not merely a place on a map, it is one of Earth's living memories. If, in the previous chapter, we traveled back in time to discover that the Sahara was once a vast green grassland, now our journey carries us to places where standing still can feel like stepping onto another planet. Perhaps one of our greatest misconceptions is believing that all deserts are the same, nothing but sand, sun, and wind. But nature has never been that simple. Every desert carries its own history, its own rhythm, its own age, and each preserves a different chapter of Earth's memory. Let us begin with the Atacama Desert, stretching along the western coast of South America. It is considered one of the driest places on Earth. In some regions, weather stations have recorded years passing with virtually no measurable rainfall. The landscape is extraordinary. The ground glows with shades of red, brown, and pale gold. Great white salt flats stretch toward the horizon. The air is so dry that even sounds seem sharper. Because of these extreme conditions, the Atacama has long served as a testing ground for scientific instruments destined for Mars. Its surface shares many characteristics with the red planet, not because the Atacama is lifeless, but because life there is extraordinarily sparse, subtle, and difficult to detect. It is fascinating. What people once considered a place too hostile for life has become one of our greatest classrooms for learning how to search for life beyond Earth. Perhaps that is another beautiful lesson. Sometimes, the most barren places open the widest horizons for human knowledge. Continuing our journey, we arrive in the Namib Desert, a narrow desert stretching along the southwestern coast of Africa. Many geologists consider it one of the oldest deserts still existing on Earth. For tens of millions of years, its dunes have been patiently sculpted by the wind, day after day, year after year, century after century. Some dunes rise hundreds of meters high, yet they are never truly still. They drift very slowly, slow enough that we mistake them for eternity, yet fast enough that time remembers. Everything is always changing. Perhaps that is what nature has always been trying to teach us. Nothing is ever completely motionless. Some movements are simply too slow for human eyes to notice. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Nature is not only matter, she is also spirit." Perhaps, standing in the Namib, people understand those words more deeply than anywhere else. Because this place is not merely sand and stone, it also carries a very special feeling, a silence so profound that people naturally begin to speak more softly, walk more slowly, and listen more carefully to their own thoughts. Sometimes, nature does not answer our questions. It simply creates a space, quiet enough, for us to hear the answers that have been waiting within us all along. But perhaps, what surprises many people the most is that not every desert is hot. When we think of deserts, the first image that usually comes to mind is blazing sunshine and scorching sand. Yet, by climatic definition, a desert is simply a place that receives very little precipitation. That means a landscape can still be a desert, even if it is covered in ice. That place is Antarctica. Most of this vast continent receives extraordinarily little precipitation, not because water does not exist there, but because nearly all of it is locked away as ice. The air is simply too cold to hold much moisture. As a result, Antarctica is, by annual precipitation, the largest desert on Earth. A white desert, rather than a golden one, it reminds us how many things in life change simply because we change the way we define them. Some people seem distant only because they express their emotions quietly. Some places appear full of life, yet are remarkably fragile. And some landscapes seem empty, while secretly containing an astonishingly rich world within. Jung once wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Perhaps the same is true of nature. Each time the world surprises us, we discover the limits of our own perspective. Nature has not changed. Our way of seeing has simply grown wider. If we look at these three deserts together, the Sahara, the Atacama, and the Namib, they resemble three different chapters of the same book. One tells the story of a changing climate, another tells of life's extraordinary resilience, and the third tells of time's almost endless patience. Meanwhile, Antarctica reminds us that even the things we believe we understand may still hold unexpected surprises. Perhaps that is why scientists never stop exploring, not because they believe they already know enough, but because every new discovery opens the door to dozens of new questions. The more we study nature, the more mysterious it becomes, and the more humanity learns, the more humble we become. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine yourself standing in three different deserts. One covered in golden sand, one glowing red like the surface of Mars, one dazzling white beneath endless ice. Three landscapes, three colors, three histories, yet all telling the same story, that Earth has never stopped changing, and it is precisely that constant change that has created the endless beauty of the planet we call home. In the next chapter, we will follow even more tangible footprints left by time. Ancient trade routes, oases that once saved countless caravans, dinosaur footprints preserved in stone, fossils, and ruins that have slept undisturbed for millions of years, until we realize that deserts preserve not only the history of nature, but also the history of life itself and of humanity. If, in the previous chapter, we crossed some of Earth's oldest deserts and experienced the immense scale of geological time, now, our journey becomes a little more personal, because beneath those seemingly endless seas of sand lies not only the history of Earth, but the history of humankind. There is something fascinating. When we think about history, we often picture libraries, temples, or ancient cities. But nature preserves memory in a very different way. It does not write upon paper. It writes upon stone, not with ink, but with time, and perhaps nowhere preserves those pages more faithfully than the desert, for its dryness has become one of the past's most loyal guardians. In many tropical rainforests, leaves fall to the ground. Microorganisms quickly decompose them. Rain, humidity, and abundant life constantly erase the traces of what came before. But in the desert, time seems to flow more slowly. footprints, buildings, everyday objects, can survive for astonishingly long periods, as though the land itself wishes to preserve every memory of our planet. One of the greatest stories ever to pass through the world's deserts was the Silk Road. For centuries, caravans crossed vast arid landscapes, carrying silk from the east, spices, glass, precious metals, paper, ideas, religion, languages, and dreams. At first glance, the Silk Road appears to have been merely a trade route, but in truth, it was more like the circulatory system of the ancient world. It carried far more than merchandise. It carried knowledge, invention, stories, and entirely new ways of understanding the world. Perhaps the most remarkable fact is this: across journeys stretching thousands of kilometers, none of those caravans could have survived without one essential gift: an oasis. Seen from afar, an oasis resembles a miracle. Amid an endless sea of sand, suddenly there is green, palm trees, still water, birdsong, and life. Yet from a geological perspective, an oasis is no miracle at all. It forms where underground water rises close to the surface, or where the landscape naturally stores precious moisture through long climatic cycles. That makes every oasis a meeting place, not only for people, but also for migrating birds, wildlife, plants, and countless different cultures. Perhaps, without these oases, the history of many civilizations would have unfolded very differently. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity." Perhaps, civilizations grow in much the same way, not through calculation alone, but through adaptation, encounter, and the willingness to learn from one another. An oasis, after all, is more than a place where water is found. It is where stories meet. Farther into the heart of the desert, paleontologists sometimes encounter discoveries that leave them speechless. A footprint, not made by a human, nor by a camel, but by a dinosaur, pressed into soft mud tens, or even hundreds of millions of years ago. Over time, that mud hardened into stone, preserving every detail, every stride, every distance between its steps, as though the creature had passed by only yesterday. It is astonishing. A single footprint, existing for only a few seconds, can outlive an entire mountain range. Perhaps that is the power of time. It erases countless things, yet it also preserves wonders no one would ever expect. Not only footprints, deserts also safeguard extraordinary numbers of fossils, ancient shells, petrified trees, animal skeletons, even the remains of forests that once covered places where today there is only sand. Every fossil is like a letter sent from the distant past. It speaks without words, yet tells us so much: that there was once water here, once forests, once forms of life entirely different from those we know today, and that Earth has changed far more than we once imagined. What is equally remarkable is that countless traces of ancient humanity have also been discovered in deserts: abandoned villages, rock carvings, burial sites, stone tools, fragments of pottery, and faded inscriptions. Together, they remind us that deserts have never been empty of people. Quite the opposite. They have played a profound role in human history. Perhaps the moment that moves archaeologists most deeply is not uncovering a valuable artifact, but realizing they are touching something that no human hand has touched for thousands of years. A clay vessel, a handprint, a carefully polished stone. Objects that seem lifeless suddenly become bridges connecting two people, separated by thousands of years. Jung once wrote, "In each of us there is another whom we do not know." Perhaps the same is true of history. Beneath every landscape, there is another world, still waiting to be discovered. Beneath every layer of sand lies another chapter of Earth's story, and beneath everything our eyes can see, there is always a deeper story waiting to be read. Tonight, as you rest quietly and listen, perhaps imagine yourself walking slowly through a desert valley. Beneath your feet may lie the floor of an ancient lake. A little farther on, the footprints of a dinosaur that crossed this land tens of millions of years ago. Farther still, the place where a caravan once rested along the Silk Road. Every moment in time seems to overlap the present, the past, and the countless discoveries that still remain hidden. Perhaps that is what makes the desert unlike almost anywhere else on Earth. It is not simply a landscape, it is a great archive of memory, a living library where every grain of sand may be sheltering a story. He described it as a lifelong unfolding, slow, quiet, often invisible from the outside, much like the desert itself. Perhaps that is why the desert feels strangely familiar to the human soul. Both contain long seasons in which nothing seems to change, yet beneath the surface, everything is quietly becoming. A child does not become an adult overnight. A forest does not appear in a single spring. Trust between two people is not built in one conversation. Wisdom is not gathered in a single experience. The most meaningful transformations rarely arrive with noise. They arrive gently, almost unnoticed, until one day we look back and realize we are no longer who we once were. Perhaps the desert understands this better than anywhere else on Earth. It has never hurried to become something else. It has never wished to be a rainforest, or a meadow, or a mountain. It simply becomes more completely what it already is, and in doing so, it reveals a quiet kind of perfection. Not the perfection of flawlessness, but the perfection of belonging. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps a cactus never wishes to become an oak. A fennec fox never envies a wolf. A grain of sand never dreams of becoming a mountain. Every living thing simply grows toward the form that fits its own place in the world. Maybe that is one of the gentlest lessons the desert offers us. Not every path is meant to look the same. Not every life unfolds at the same speed. And not every season is meant for blooming. Some seasons are for growing roots. Some are for conserving strength. Some are for waiting. And some are finally for flowering. There is another lesson the desert whispers so softly that it is easy to overlook: the value of enough. Human beings often spend much of life believing happiness waits somewhere beyond the next achievement. A little more success, a little more recognition, a little more security, a little more time. Yet almost every creature of the desert survives by following a different philosophy. Not endless accumulation, but careful sufficiency. The kangaroo rat keeps every drop of water. The camel stores energy for difficult seasons. The cactus preserves every rainfall. The Namib beetle gathers only the moisture it truly needs. Nothing is excessive. Nothing is wasted. Nature seems to ask a remarkably simple question: how much is enough to continue living well? Perhaps modern life asks us the opposite. How much more can you obtain? The difference between those two questions may shape an entire lifetime. Jung believed that much of human suffering comes from becoming separated from our own center, from chasing expectations that do not truly belong to us. Perhaps the desert invites us back toward that center, not by taking everything away, but by revealing what remains essential when almost everything else has disappeared. Standing beneath an endless desert sky, there are very few distractions. Only wind, light, stone, silence, breath, and somehow those simple things begin to feel complete. Perhaps Contentment has always been quieter than ambition. There is another truth the desert carries, one that appears again and again in every story we have explored. Nothing survives alone. At first glance, the desert seems empty, but look more carefully. Microorganisms enrich the soil. Plants shelter insects. Insects feed birds. Birds scatter seeds. Seeds wait for rain. Rain awakens flowers. Flowers feed pollinators. Even the dust crosses oceans to nourish forests thousands of kilometers away. Everything belongs to something larger than itself. Perhaps human life is no different. We often imagine ourselves as independent individuals, yet every smile we remember, every lesson we carry, every language we speak, every kindness we have received has come from someone else. Just as Amazon carries a little of the Sahara within its forests, we each carry countless invisible gifts from people we may never fully know. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Meaning, perhaps that is the greatest treasure the desert offers. Not comfort, not abundance, not certainty, but meaning. Meaning found in patience, meaning found in resilience, meaning found in quiet persistence, meaning found in learning how to live with change instead of fearing it. Tonight, as you rest comfortably, perhaps imagine yourself sitting upon a warm desert stone beneath an endless canopy of stars. The wind has become softer now. The heat of the day has gently faded. Somewhere in the distance, a small desert owl begins its nightly hunt. A fennec fox leaves its burrow. Tiny insects awaken beneath the sand. Far above, the Milky Way stretches silently across the sky. Nothing seems hurried. Nothing seems unnecessary. Everything simply belongs. Perhaps that has always been the hidden wisdom of the desert. Life is not asking us to become everything. It is gently inviting us to become fully ourselves. And in the next chapter, we will bring together every story we have shared tonight, from ancient rivers hidden beneath the Sahara to flowers blooming after rain, from microscopic life beneath the sand to stars guiding tiny beetles across the darkness, until all these seemingly separate stories reveal a single truth: that the greatest wonder of the desert has never been its harshness. It has always been its extraordinary ability to quietly protect life. In places where life seemed impossible, he never said that people must mature as quickly as possible. He never suggested that everyone should awaken at the same age. On the contrary, he believed that every soul has its own rhythm, just as every seed has its own season. Some trees bloom in spring. Others blossom only at the end of summer. Neither is wrong. They are simply different. Perhaps the desert is telling that very same story. It is not the creature that awakens first that survives. It is the one that awakens at the right time. A desert rainstorm may last only a few hours, yet during that brief window, the entire ecosystem springs into motion. Seeds germinate, flowers bloom, insects emerge, birds arrive, animals awaken. Everything happens almost at once, not because they are lucky, but because they have all been preparing for a very long time. Perhaps nature's success does not lie in the speed of its response, but in the preparation that takes place during the quiet seasons. People usually notice the moment a flower blooms, but rarely think about the months its roots spent growing silently beneath the soil. We see the outcome and forget the process. We notice the light and forget the darkness that nurtured it. Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps waiting is also a way of looking inward. During the seasons when life seems to slow down, we often believe we are standing still, but perhaps those are the very moments when the most important changes are taking place, not on the outside, but within the soul. just as a root continues to grow, even while the ground above remains perfectly still. Perhaps one of humanity's greatest misunderstandings is believing that the value of time lies in how much we accomplish, while the desert quietly tells us the value of time lies in whether we are living according to our own rhythm. There are days for moving quickly, but there are also days for resting. There are moments for taking action, and moments for simply observing. Some doors should be knocked on immediately, others open only to those who are patient enough to wait. Tonight, as you lie comfortably and let these stories drift gently through your mind, perhaps think about something in your life that you are impatient for, a dream, arpilan, an answer, or a change you have been waiting to see. Perhaps it is like the seeds beneath the desert sand, not because it is failing to grow, but because it is growing in ways your eyes cannot yet see. Nature has never asked a flower to bloom before its season. It has never expected a cactus to grow as quickly as a tree in the rainforest. And perhaps life has never truly asked us to become someone before we are ready. After all, the desert does not merely teach us how to survive. It teaches us the art of timing, the wisdom of knowing that sometimes the strongest thing we can do is not to move forward, but to wait peacefully, because sometimes it is during the waiting that life is quietly preparing a season of blooming, one we simply cannot see yet. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the desert's first lesson is learning to wait for the right moment, then now, as our journey reaches even deeper reflections, perhaps we begin to notice something even more subtle. The desert does not only teach us how to wait, it also teaches us how to preserve. And sometimes, the greatest treasure in life is not having more, but learning to use wisely what we already have. People often grow up believing something very familiar, that the more we possess, the safer we become. The more we accumulate, the happier we will be. We collect money, knowledge, possessions, plans, goals, and sometimes even worries that have never come true. Yet the desert tells an entirely different story. Here, life has never been built upon abundance. It has been built upon conservation. Not conservation born from scarcity, but conservation born from understanding the value of every small gift. Think back to the kangaroo rat, the tiny mouse we met earlier. It does not survive because of vast lakes or flowing rivers. It survives on the water created within its own body as it metabolizes food. Its kidneys function with astonishing efficiency, preserving nearly every drop of water. That is not a sign of deprivation. It is a sign of wisdom. Nature did not give it more water. Nature simply taught it how to use its water better. Perhaps that is what many of us are truly searching for. Not a life with more time, but the wisdom to use the time we already have. Not more energy, but the ability to invest our energy in what truly matters. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The word happiness would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness." In those words, Jung reminds us that value is not found in quantity, but in balance. The desert follows that same principle. There is no excess, only a delicate balance. Look at the fennec fox. It does not spend the entire day running across the desert in search of food. It rests while the sun is high and begins its hunt only when the air grows cooler, not because it is lazy, but because every step costs water, costs energy, costs another chance to survive. In the desert, even movement must be chosen carefully. Perhaps modern life often asks us to live the opposite way. We stay busy first, and only afterward ask ourselves, did any of this truly need to be done? We spend our attention, our emotions, our energy on countless things that will soon be forgotten. Meanwhile, the things that truly matter rarely require noise. A quiet evening, a full night's sleep, an honest conversation, or a few peaceful minutes in nature. Sometimes, these nourish the soul more deeply than hundreds of hours of constant busyness. The desert seems to understand this perfectly. Nothing here is wasted. Cacti store water inside their stems. Plants open their stomata only at night to reduce water loss. Leaves slowly become spines. Roots grow deep or spread wide. Not a single feature exists without purpose. Not a single resource is taken for granted. Perhaps nature has always known that what is rare must be cherished. Jung spent many years studying the balance between consciousness and the unconscious. He never believed that people should eliminate one part of themselves. Instead, he believed that maturity comes from learning to preserve and reconcile every part of who we are. Perhaps the desert lives by the same principle. It does not try to create more water. It simply learns not to lose the water it already has. It does not fight the sun. It learns how to live with it. Those are two completely different approaches. There is something else that is deeply fascinating. Biologists have discovered that many desert animals spend most of the day resting. At first, that sounds almost opposite to our modern idea of hard work. But when we look more closely, it is not laziness. It is strategy. Every hour of rest saves energy. Every slower heartbeat preserves water. Every unnecessary step avoided increases the chance of living another day. Perhaps people also need to rediscover the art of resting, not because we are already exhausted, but so that we never become exhausted. In modern life, we often take pride in doing many things at once, in staying awake late, working non-stop, always remaining busy. Yet nature has never rewarded endless depletion. It has always favored those who know how to manage their resources wisely. Perhaps the same is true of our emotions. Not every argument needs to be won. Not every criticism deserves an answer. Not every sadness must be fought. Sometimes, the wisest choice is to keep our energy for the things that truly matter. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." Perhaps understanding ourselves is also a form of conservation, conserving unnecessary conflict, conserving impossible expectations, conserving the energy we might otherwise spend running races our hearts never truly wanted to enter. Some people spend their entire lives trying to become someone else. Yet the desert has never asked a cactus to become an oak tree, or a fennec fox to live like a wolf. Every creature preserves the qualities that make it what it is. Perhaps that is the deepest form of conservation, protecting who we truly are. Tonight, as you rest and listen, perhaps ask yourself, what did you spend your energy on today? Is there something quietly stealing your peace without truly deserving it? Is there something you keep holding on to, even though it may already be time to let it go? And is there something very small that deserves to be treasured a little more each day? Perhaps life becomes lighter, not because we have more, but because we begin to understand what is worth keeping and what should simply be carried away by the wind. After all, the desert is not wealthy in the way humans usually define wealth. Yet, it has never been poor, because its richness lies not in quantity, but in its remarkable ability to use every small gift from nature perfectly. Perhaps that is one of the most beautiful definitions of wisdom, not knowing how to do more, but knowing what is truly worth preserving. In the next chapter, we will explore an even deeper lesson, that nature has never celebrated the strongest. What has been chosen across millions of years of evolution is neither strength nor speed, but the ability to adapt to life's constant changes. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the desert's true wealth lies not in possessing more, but in preserving and using wisely every precious resource. Then now we arrive at perhaps the deepest lesson. This remarkable landscape has been quietly writing for millions of years. It is a truth that evolutionary science has confirmed time and again. Nature has never chosen the strongest. It chooses those who adapt. For many years, people imagined evolution as a competition, where the strongest species would win, the fastest would survive, the biggest would rule. But the more biologists studied nature, the more they discovered reality is far more subtle. An elephant could never survive in the desert like a kangaroo rat. A polar bear could never endure the heat of the Sahara. An oak tree could never take root among the shifting sands of the Namib. That does not mean they are weak. It simply means each living thing has been shaped for a particular environment. Evolution does not seek superiority. Evolution seeks suitability. Perhaps that is the greatest difference. In the desert, no creature tries to become another creature. The fennec fox does not wish for the strength of a lion. It develops enormous ears that release heat. The kangaroo rat does not dream of finding a river. It learns to create water within its own body. The cactus does not try to keep lush green leaves. Instead, it transforms its leaves into spines. Its stem becomes a reservoir for water. At first glance, these changes may seem like sacrifices, but in truth, they are remarkably wise choices, because nature understands that no living creature can excel at everything, but every creature can become exceptional at what its environment needs most. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps no quotation captures the spirit of the desert more perfectly, for this entire landscape stands as living proof of that idea. No species survives by imitating another. Arc 1 gradually becomes the truest version of itself, not faster, not larger, not stronger, but better suited. Perhaps that is also the journey of being human. We spend so much of our lives comparing ourselves, comparing the speed of our success, our talents, our lives, what we have, with what others possess. And in doing so, we often forget that nature has never organized such a race. A welwitschia that lives for 1,000 years never competes with a flower that blooms for only a few days. A desert tortoise never considers itself slow, simply because a roadrunner races past. Every living thing moves according to the rhythm life has given it. Perhaps that is precisely why they endure. Jung devoted many years to studying what he called individuation, not the process of becoming an idealized version of someone else, but the lifelong journey of discovering and embracing the deepest truth of one's own nature. According to Jung, maturity does not arrive when we become someone else. It arrives when we find the courage to become ourselves. That idea brings the desert to mind. No creature here survives by abandoning its true nature. They refine, they adapt, they evolve, yet they preserve the essential qualities that make them who they are. There is another fascinating idea. Evolutionary biologists often use the word fitness. It is commonly translated as adaptation or fitness, but in everyday language, people often mistake it for physical strength. In reality, fitness does not mean being the strongest. It means being the most suited to the environment. A powerful animal that cannot reproduce, cannot find food, or cannot survive the climate may still disappear. Meanwhile, a tiny creature that knows how to adapt, how to change, may continue thriving for millions of years. Perhaps human life is much the same. Many challenges cannot be overcome through strength alone, but through flexibility. Some doors do not open because we push harder. They open because we discover the right key. Some relationships are not healed by speaking more, but by listening more. Some seasons of life do not ask us to run faster, They ask us to change direction. The desert has always understood this. When temperatures rise, its creatures change the hours during which they are active. When water becomes scarce, they change the way they conserve it. When the environment changes, they change with it, without resistance, without complaint, simply by adapting. Jung once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Change is not always comfortable. A leaf does not become a spine overnight. A body does not learn to endure drought in a single generation. It is the result of countless generations. Human beings are no different. Every step toward maturity requires letting go of something, an old belief, an old fear, a way of seeing the world that no longer serves us. That process can be difficult, yet it is also what brings us closer to the truest version of ourselves. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps think about something in your own life that you are still resisting. Perhaps life does not need you to become stronger. Perhaps it needs you to become gentler, more flexible, more willing to change. Who knows? Like the inhabitants of the desert, true strength may not lie in never changing, but in changing while preserving the very best of who you are. Perhaps that is the greatest gift nature offers us. It has never promised that life would be easy, but it has always shown that life will find a way if we learn to adapt, if we learn to listen, and if we are patient enough to grow according to our own rhythm. In the next chapter, we will arrive at the desert's final lesson, a lesson that brings this entire journey to a close with a deep sense of humility. That in nature, no living thing is meaningless. From invisible bacteria beneath the sand to the winds that carry dust across oceans, everything contributes to keeping life on this planet alive. And perhaps human beings are no exception. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that nature has never favored the strongest, but has always quietly rewarded those who know how to adapt, then now, before we conclude our long journey across Earth's deserts, one final lesson waits for us in silence. Perhaps it is the lesson that makes us the most humble, that in nature, no living creature is without purpose, and no life truly exists alone. When we first began this journey, many of us probably imagined the desert as a place of scarcity, few living things, few colors, few sounds. But the farther we traveled, the more we realized the poverty was never in the desert. It was sometimes in the way we chose to see it. Because nature does not measure richness by quantity, it measures richness by connection. A landscape may contain only a handful of plant species, yet if each one plays an irreplaceable role, that landscape remains a complete ecosystem. Perhaps the greatest miracle of the desert is not any individual creature, but the way every living thing quietly supports the others. Think back to the biological soil crust we encountered earlier, a thin living layer covering the ground, created by bacteria, lichens, mosses, algae, and countless microscopic organisms. At first glance, they are almost invisible. No one visits the desert to admire those bacteria. No one photographs them. No one tells stories about them. Yet if that living crust disappeared, the soil would be carried away more easily by the wind. Moisture would disappear more quickly. Seeds would struggle to germinate, and countless desert plants would lose the foundation upon which they depend. The very thing supporting the entire ecosystem is something most people never even notice. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The foundation of all mental life is the unconscious." He was speaking about the human mind. Yet perhaps his words also offer us another way of seeing nature. The things that support the world are often hidden beneath the surface, like the roots of a tree, like groundwater beneath the desert, like the living soil that our eyes so easily overlook. Perhaps The quiet people in our own lives are much the same. A mother who rises early every morning, a farmer, a street cleaner, a teacher, or anyone quietly doing their work. They may never appear in the headlines, yet they help keep society standing. Nature has never judged something by its size, only by whether it is necessary. We also met the Namib desert beetle, collecting life from tiny droplets of fog. Desert ants, reading polarized light to guide their colonies home. Meerkats taking turns standing guard, so the rest of the group can forage in safety. None of them could survive entirely alone. Every small action becomes part of a much larger picture. And then there was the dust of the Sahara, tiny particles carried across the Atlantic Ocean by the wind, bringing phosphorus to nourish the Amazon rainforest. Perhaps that is one of the most beautiful images in this entire journey. The driest landscape on Earth, quietly giving life to one of the greenest forests on the planet. No one commands the wind. No one guides each grain of dust. Everything happens as part of nature's own balance. Jung spent many years exploring the idea of wholeness. According to him, a mature person is not someone who develops only the admirable parts of themselves, but someone who learns to embrace the whole of who they are. Perhaps nature works in exactly the same way. An ecosystem is not built only from the most beautiful species or the strongest. It is built from all of them, from bacteria to insects, from grasses to predators. Every creature is a single musical note. Remove one note, and the melody may continue, but it will never sound quite complete. There is another remarkable truth. When a species disappears, people often do not notice the loss immediately. An insect vanishes, a bird becomes rare, a plant slowly disappears. At first, nothing seems different, but eventually, fewer flowers are pollinated. The soil grows poorer. Other species begin to decline. Nature resembles a great tapestry, woven from millions of delicate threads. Each thread is tiny, yet if enough threads are pulled away, the entire tapestry eventually begins to unravel. Perhaps human relationships are much the same. A kind word, a warm embrace, a thank you, an act of forgiveness. At first glance, they seem very small, yet these are the threads that quietly weave the quality of an entire life. We often wait for extraordinary moments, a great achievement, a life-changing opportunity, a miracle, while nature seems to whisper that the world is sustained by countless small things, repeated faithfully, day after day. Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Perhaps that truth belongs not only to people, but to all living things. No creature exists without influencing another. No wind passes without carrying something. No raindrop falls without leaving a trace. Everything changes everything else, little by little, every single day. Tonight, as you lie peacefully and listen, perhaps think about your own place in this vast story. Not a grand role, not one that the whole world will celebrate, but the quiet ones. A friend who truly listens, a father, a mother, a co-worker, a neighbor, or simply someone who is still trying to be a little kinder than they were yesterday. Perhaps you are like the microorganisms beneath the sand, or the tiny grains of dust carried from the Sahara. You may not always see the impact you have, but that does not mean your impact isn't real. Perhaps that is the most beautiful lesson the desert has given us, that the value of a life is not measured by how large it is or how famous it becomes, but by the quiet way it helps keep this world moving forward. In the next chapter, we will bring our entire journey to a close, looking back on everything the desert has shared with us, only to realize that the desert has never been a symbol of emptiness, It is living proof that when life learns to be patient, to adapt, and to stay connected, even the harshest place on Earth can become one of nature's greatest wonders. How humanity learned to live with the desert. If, in the previous chapter, we quietly concluded our exploration of the wisdom hidden within every dune, every seed, and every tiny desert creature, then now, a very natural question begins to emerge. If the desert is truly this harsh, if it lacks water, shelter, and fertile soil, how have human beings managed to live there? At first, it is easy to imagine that people must have fought against the desert, that they struggled to conquer it, to master nature through strength and intelligence. But the more we learn, the more history tells us a completely different story. Human beings never truly conquered the desert. They learned to listen to it. Perhaps that is the greatest difference between a traveler passing through and someone who has chosen the desert as home. For thousands of years, communities have lived throughout the world's deserts, not for months, not for a few generations, but for hundreds, even thousands of years. They did more than survive. They created cultures, songs, stories, trade routes, traditions, and a treasury of knowledge passed carefully from one generation to the next. Across the endless sands of the Arabian Peninsula, the Bedouins lived nomadic lives. Long before modern maps were ever drawn, they did not build enormous cities or great palaces of stone. Their homes were tents that could be packed away. Their roads were shifting seas of sand. The star-filled sky was their map, the wind, their guide, and the camel, their trusted companion. Perhaps, to many people, such a life sounds fragile, but to the Bedouins, that flexibility was their greatest strength. They understood that you should never build a life too heavy in a place where everything is always moving. Farther north, across the Sahara, the Tuareg, often called the blue people of the desert, have crossed the seas of sand for centuries. They knew every oasis, every route, every season of the wind. They could find their way where there were no landmarks at all, not with machines, but with memory and careful observation, refined over countless generations. In southern Africa, the San people, one of the world's oldest indigenous cultures, learned to read. Every footprint pressed into the sand, a single track, could tell them which animal had passed, whether it was healthy or injured, running or quietly searching for food, where it had come from, and where it was likely headed next. That was far more than a hunting skill. It was the art of listening to the earth. In North Africa, the Berber people had lived alongside the desert long before the first merchants crossed the great trade routes. They understood every rare rainy season, knew how to preserve water, knew when to travel, and when to remain still. On the other side of the world, across the dry heart of Australia, Aboriginal peoples passed down what are known as songlines. These were far more than songs. They were living maps. Every melody, every verse, remembered the location of a water source, a hill, an ancient tree, or a safe passage across an immense landscape. They carried no maps made of paper. They carried maps within memory itself. And in the American Southwest, the Navajo people also learned to thrive across dry plateaus and desert mesas. They watched the changing colors of the sky, the shifting wind, clouds gathering in the distance, and the rhythm of the seasons, allowing nature to guide the rhythm of their own lives. What made all of these cultures remarkable was not that they were stronger than everyone else, but that they understood one simple truth. Nature is not an enemy. It is a teacher. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Nature is not only matter, she is also spirit." Perhaps nowhere is that idea easier to understand than in the desert, for here, nature speaks without words. It teaches through the wind, through light, through silence, and through time. These communities did not learn from books. They learned by observing. A Bedouin child did not simply learn how to ride a camel. They learned how to read the sky, to recognize the scent of the wind, to sense the moisture hidden within the air. A sand child did not simply learn how to walk. They learned to read the earth, to listen to birds, to distinguish hundreds of different animal tracks. Their knowledge was never confined to written pages. It was carved into memory, passed on through stories, through songs, through journeys, and through life itself. Perhaps that reminds us of something central to Jung's psychology. He believed that some forms of wisdom can never be fully expressed through language. Human beings also learn through symbols, through intuition, through lived experience. Some truths can only be understood by living alongside nature. The desert does not reveal its secrets to those who merely pass through. It opens itself only to those patient enough to remain. Perhaps that is why indigenous desert cultures never saw themselves as owners of the land. They saw themselves as part of it. No one tried to command the wind. No one demanded that the sun become gentler. No one expected the sand to stand still. Instead, they changed themselves to live in harmony with nature. That is humility, but it is also wisdom. Modern civilization often takes pride in control. We control machines, build cities, redirect rivers, and fill the night with artificial light. Yet the more deeply we study nature, the more we discover that some things do not need to be controlled. They only need to be heard. Tonight, as these stories slowly drift through your mind, perhaps imagine yourself sitting outside a Bedouin tent. The sun has just disappeared behind the dunes. A kettle of tea releases its gentle fragrance. Far away, camel bells ring softly, keeping time with slow and patient footsteps. Above you, millions of stars fill the sky. There are no engines, no bright city lights, only the wind and the slow breathing of the desert. Perhaps it is in moments like these that we finally understand nature has never asked us to defeat it. The only thing it has ever asked is that we become humble enough to learn how to live beside it. In the next chapter, we will step even deeper into this remarkable treasury of knowledge. We will discover how the people of the desert read the stars as living maps, read the wind like a language, find water beneath the sand, and transform careful observation into an art of survival preserved for thousands of years. If, in the previous chapter, we met people who saw the desert as their home rather than their enemy, then now we will explore the source of their true strength. It was never modern technology, nor powerful machines. It was a skill that had become almost instinctive, the ability to listen to nature. People often assume that surviving in a harsh landscape requires greater strength, but those who have always lived in the desert know something different. The most important thing is not becoming stronger than nature. It is learning its language. At first glance, the desert appears silent. Yet for those whose families have lived there for generations, it has never stopped speaking. It simply does not speak with words. It speaks through the direction of the wind, the shape of the dunes, the colors of the sky, the scent of the air, and the position of the stars. Perhaps one of the most astonishing skills is the ability of desert nomads to find their way across endless oceans of sand. There are no road signs, no towering trees, no rivers to serve as landmarks, only dunes, constantly reshaped by the changing winds. But to them, the sky itself was the first map for thousands of years. The Bedouins and the Tuareg learned to navigate by the constellations. When night falls and the day's heat begins to fade, the stars shine more brilliantly here than almost anywhere else on Earth. The dry air, the lack of clouds, and the absence of artificial light make the desert sky one of the finest places in the world to observe the heavens. They knew which star always pointed north, which constellations would appear during each season, and how much of the night still remained, simply by looking up at the sky. Perhaps today, when we can simply open a phone and instantly know where we are, it is difficult for us to imagine what that felt like. Yet for thousands of years, human beings crossed vast oceans and endless deserts, guided only by the light of the stars. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Perhaps the people of the desert understood those words in their own way. To find the path outside, they first had to find stillness within. A panicked mind loses its direction with ease, but a peaceful mind can recognize the signs that others overlook. They did not only look toward the sky, they also learned to look down at the earth. When the wind swept across the sand, it left behind delicate ripples. To most of us, they are nothing more than random patterns, but to those who call the desert home, they are lines of writing. From the shape of a dune, they could tell which direction the wind had come from, whether it had been strong or gentle, how long it had been blowing, and how the weather might change in the hours ahead. They never saw the wind as something to fight against. They learned to read it. Perhaps nature has always been speaking. We have simply grown so accustomed to noise that we have forgotten how to listen. Another skill, one that continues to amaze modern explorers, is the ability to find water. For many indigenous desert peoples, water was never found through luck. It was found through observation. A cluster of green plants, standing alone in a barren landscape, might reveal groundwater beneath the surface. A flock of birds flying in the same direction at dawn could be heading toward a water source. The moisture in the sand, the color of the soil, even the appearance of certain insects could become precious clues. Some people needed only to place a hand upon the ground to sense where moisture still remained. At first, that almost sounds like magic, but in truth, it is the result of thousands of careful observations, thousands of remembered experiences, and thousands of years of knowledge passed from one generation to the next. Perhaps what we often call intuition is not mysterious at all. It is simply knowledge that has been practiced for so long that it has become part of who we are. Jung was deeply interested in intuition. He regarded it as one of the essential functions of the human mind, not as a replacement for reason, but as its companion. Some truths cannot be reached through logic alone. They also require feeling. Perhaps that is why desert people never relied upon a single sign. They watched the sky, listened to the wind, breathed the earth, observed the animals, breathed in the scent of the air. Only when all of those signals agreed would they make a decision. It reminds us that wisdom is not about knowing more. It is about connecting what we already know. Perhaps the desert has never taught human beings how to conquer. It has taught us how to pay attention. Today, in our modern lives, we miss so many things, not because they fail to appear, but because our minds are somewhere else. We walk past a beautiful sunset while staring at a screen. We sit beside the people we love. While thinking about work, we hear music, but allow our thoughts to drift somewhere else entirely. Meanwhile, the people of the desert understood that missing a single small sign could mean losing the way, failing to find water, or walking straight into a sandstorm. For them, attention was never just a skill, it was a way of staying alive. Tonight, as you lie quietly listening, perhaps imagine yourself walking beside a Bedouin caravan across an endless sea of sand. No one speaks very much. There is only the slow rhythm of footsteps. One traveler looks toward the stars, Another studies the surface of the sand. A third quietly raises a hand, feeling the direction of the wind. No one is in a hurry. No one argues, because they know the desert always offers its answers to those who are calm enough to listen. Perhaps life is much the same. Not every answer arrives immediately. Sometimes it has been beside us all along, hidden beneath the noise, waiting for us to finally become quiet enough to hear it. In the next chapter, we will discover an even deeper treasury of wisdom preserved by the people of the desert. The art of reading footprints, predicting sandstorms, protecting every precious drop of water, and using seemingly barren desert plants as medicine. Only then will we realize that some of humanity's greatest libraries were never built from stone. They have always lived within the memories of people who learned how to listen to nature. If, in the previous chapter, we walked beside the people of the desert as they read the sky, listened to the wind, and found their way across endless seas of sand, then now our journey leads us to an even greater treasure: knowledge. Not the kind stored in libraries, not written upon the pages of books, not preserved in ink, but written into memory itself, passed carefully from one generation to the next, across thousands of years. Perhaps one of the things that surprises modern people the most is that many indigenous communities spent their entire lives in the desert, without maps, without GPS, without weather forecasts, not because they possessed supernatural abilities, but because they cultivated a very different kind of intelligence, an intelligence born from patient observation and from a profound relationship with nature. For the San people of southern Africa, a footprint in the sand is never just a footprint. An experienced tracker needs only a few moments to know which animal has passed, whether it is young or fully grown, traveling alone or with a herd, healthy or injured, running in fear or moving slowly while searching for food. This is not guesswork. It is the result of decades spent observing. Every journey across the desert offers another lesson. Every footprint becomes a teacher. Every wind carries another page of knowledge. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Experience is not what happens to you. It is what you do with what happens to you." Perhaps this is exactly how the wisdom of desert peoples was formed. They did not necessarily learn more than others. They simply observed more deeply, remembered more faithfully, and learned how to weave countless small experiences into lasting understanding. Perhaps that is one of the truest forms of wisdom, not knowing many things, but truly understanding the things you know. Another skill has allowed desert communities to survive through countless generations: the ability to predict sandstorms. To an outsider, a storm seems to appear without warning, but to those who have lived in the desert since childhood, the signs always come first: a subtle shift in the wind, a change in air pressure, the color of the horizon, birds flying lower than usual, or the sudden silence of certain animals. Each may become a quiet warning. They never waited until the storm arrived. They read the smallest signals. While everything still appeared calm, perhaps life is much the same. Great changes often begin with very small signs. Relationships rarely fall apart in a single day. Forests rarely disappear within a single season. A weary soul rarely becomes exhausted overnight. Everything sends us signals. The question is whether we are moving slowly enough to notice them. Jung devoted many years to studying the symbols that appear in dreams. He believed that the mind always sends messages long before our conscious awareness catches up. Perhaps nature works in much the same way. No storm truly arrives without warning. It always whispers first. One practice that continues to impress anthropologists is the remarkable way desert cultures preserve water. where every drop matters. They learned to drink only what they needed, never wasting, never storing more than necessary. They knew how to dig rain-catching basins, how to cover water containers to reduce evaporation, and how to choose the right time to travel so their bodies would lose as little water as possible. These were not merely techniques. They reflected a philosophy of gratitude. Perhaps most people in the modern world rarely stop to consider the value of a single glass of water. We simply turn on a faucet and water appears. But for those who live in the desert, every drop is the result of patience, experience, and thankfulness. Perhaps we would all live differently if we remembered that many of the things we take for granted today were once precious gifts for someone else. Not only water, even plants were living libraries to indigenous communities. Many desert plants appear at first to be nothing more than dry, thorny shrubs, yet they can heal wounds, reduce fever, ease pain, or provide food during difficult times. That knowledge was never fully recorded in the earliest books. It lived, instead, within the memories of the elders, passed along during long journeys, around evening campfires, or through stories told to children. Perhaps this is one of humanity's oldest forms of education, not classrooms, but life itself, not lecture, but experience. Jung once wrote, "Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also." Perhaps the wisdom of the desert was built in exactly that way. Not every lesson was correct the first time. There were mistakes, experiments, losses, but with every generation, the useful knowledge remained, while what no longer served quietly disappeared. Just like evolution, wisdom itself grows very slowly. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine an elderly Bedouin teaching his grandson how to read the sand. There is no blackboard, no textbook, only the wind, footprints, and the evening sun settling over the dunes. Every story he tells does more than help the child find his way home. It helps preserve the memory of an entire people. Perhaps that is the greatest beauty of knowledge. Its value does not lie in being stored, but in being shared, like a flame, passed from one person to another, without ever growing smaller. In the next chapter, we will travel beside great caravans, crossing the seas of sand, discover the art of raising camels, the months-long trade journeys, and the slow yet enduring rhythm of life across one of the harshest landscapes on Earth. Only then will we realize that sometimes moving quickly is not what carries us to the destination. Moving in the right rhythm is what allows a journey to continue across generations. If, in the previous chapter, we explored the treasury of knowledge preserved in the memories of the desert's people, then now our journey continues with an image that has shaped human history for thousands of years. The caravan, long lines of camels, quietly following one another, crossing endless seas of sand beneath the blazing sun, or moving slowly beneath a sky filled with stars. Perhaps no image is more closely tied to the desert than this one. Yet what makes a caravan remarkable is not the number of camels, nor the value of its cargo. It is the rhythm, a rhythm that is slow, steady, and almost never hurried. Modern life often teaches us that if we want to travel far, we must move fast. But those who once crossed the Sahara or the vast deserts of the Middle East understood a different truth. If you wish to travel a great distance, you must first learn how to endure. A caravan may spend weeks, even months, crossing landscapes that today we can fly over in only a few hours. They do not race. They do not force the journey. They never try to overpower nature. Instead, they match their pace to the breathing of the desert itself. They travel in the cool hours of early morning, rest beneath the fiercest sun, continue again in the late afternoon, and very often, the most beautiful part of the journey unfolds beneath the night sky, where the stars become their most faithful companions. Perhaps that is another lesson the desert quietly teaches. Speed is not always the same as progress. A quotation, often attributed to Carl Gustav Jung, says, "Hurry is not of the devil, it is the devil." However, there is no reliable evidence that Jung ever wrote or said those words, so it is best not to attribute them to him. A genuine quotation from Jung fits the spirit of this journey much more closely. Life really does begin at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research. At first, it seems to be about age, but on a deeper level, it also reminds us that the things most worth having, all meaningful journeys, take time. No path toward maturity unfolds overnight. No wisdom appears after only a few hours, and no caravan ever reaches its destination. By rushing, traveling alongside every caravan, was the desert's most faithful companion, the camel. For centuries, the camel was far more than transportation. It was life itself, a trusted companion, the greatest treasure many families possessed. The Bedouins once said that if you wish to understand the desert, you must first understand the camel, for perhaps no creature has adapted more perfectly to this land. Its broad feet keep it from sinking into the sand. Its long eyelashes protect its eyes from blowing dust. Its nostrils can close, keeping sand from entering its body. Its remarkable ability to endure thirst allows it to travel astonishing distances, not because it is stronger than every other animal, but because it was shaped for the place where it lives. Perhaps human beings learned something from the camel, not simply how to endure, but how to distribute their strength. A caravan never moves quickly because its travelers understand if they exhaust themselves today, tomorrow they will no longer have the strength to continue. The desert quietly reminds us, what matters is not how far you travel today, but whether you are still able to keep walking tomorrow. Perhaps that is something modern life often forgets. We work as though we will never grow tired. We chase our goals as though time itself were our enemy. We measure success by speed. Then one day, we are surprised when both body and mind finally ask us to slow down. Nature has never worked that way. A cactus does not bloom all year. A fennec fox does not hunt from sunrise to sunset. A caravan does not travel 24 hours a day. Every living thing needs its own rhythm of rest. Jung once wrote, "There can be no transforming of darkness into light and of apathy into movement without emotion." Perhaps every journey requires energy, and that energy does not come from forcing ourselves forward. It comes from learning how to care for ourselves. Caravans carried far more than merchandise. They carried stories, songs, languages, legends, and entire cultures. Every stop at an oasis brought together people from distant lands. Some arrived carrying spices, others carried silk, salt, or precious metals. Some carried nothing more than a story, yet everyone departed richer, not only because of trade, but because they understood the world a little better. Perhaps that is the true beauty of every journey. The greatest treasure is not what we bring home, but who we become along the way. Jung always saw life as a journey inward. Every experience, every encounter shapes the person we gradually become. A caravan is much the same. Every footprint pressed into the sand does more than shorten the distance between two cities. It brings cultures closer together, people closer together, different ways of seeing life closer together. Tonight, as you lie quietly listening, perhaps imagine yourself sitting beside a caravan that has stopped for the evening. The sun has already disappeared. The camels are resting peacefully. A warm pot of tea is passed from one traveler to another. No one is rushing. No one is watching the clock. There is only a sky overflowing with stars, the gentle crackling of a fire, and stories shared slowly beneath the night. Perhaps happiness is not arriving as quickly as possible, but finding enough peace to feel every step along the road you are already walking. After all, the desert has never simply taught human beings how to cross great distances. It has taught us how to travel alongside time itself. And perhaps that is the greatest gift the caravans have left behind, that every unforgettable journey is measured not by speed, but by how completely we are present in every moment. In the next chapter, we will bring this special part of our journey to a close, looking back at everything humanity has learned from the desert, only to discover that for thousands of years, people never truly conquered this land. What they learned instead was simply how to listen, and it was that humility that allowed them to survive in one of the harshest places on earth, the most beautiful nights of the desert. If, in the previous chapter, we walked beside the quiet caravans crossing endless seas of sand and discovered that humanity never truly conquered the desert, but instead learned to listen to it, then now, as our journey begins to approach its final pages, the desert is about to reveal its most beautiful face, not beneath the sun, but beneath the night. Perhaps, if you visited the desert only once, at midday, you would remember the heat, the brilliant dunes, the shimmering air, and the feeling that the entire world had fallen silent. But if you stayed just a few hours longer, you would discover that the desert has never had only one face. Like people, its daytime and its nighttime are two completely different worlds. As the sun slowly touches the horizon, golden light turns to orange, then deep crimson. The shadows stretching across the dunes become longer, softer. The ripples upon the sand suddenly emerge in remarkable detail, like brushstrokes painted by an invisible artist. Even the wind changes. It no longer burns. Instead, it grows cooler, gentler, carrying the scent of earth, stone, and the approaching night. Perhaps nowhere on earth can we feel the changing of day into night as clearly as we can in the desert. There are no buildings blocking the horizon, no city lights, nor traffic, only the sun quietly sinking away, and the sky slowly changing its colors. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps a desert sunset is not nature's grandest spectacular, yet it carries a very special meaning. It reminds us that every ending is also the beginning of something new. As the last light disappears, the temperature begins to fall with astonishing speed. It is one of the desert's most remarkable characteristics. During the day, temperatures may rise well above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, yet only a few hours after sunset, the air becomes refreshingly cool. In many places, it can even approach freezing before dawn. This happens because the desert is extraordinarily dry. There is very little water vapor in the atmosphere, not enough to hold onto the heat the ground absorbed throughout the day. That warmth escapes quickly into space, and the night arrives, carrying a gentle chill. At first, it feels almost like a contradiction, yet perhaps life has always been like that. The hottest places can also become the coldest. The harshest places may also become the most peaceful. Some people appear strong all day long, bosu, resilient, unshakable. Yet, when night arrives, all they truly hope for is a quiet place where their hearts can finally rest. Perhaps the desert has a heart like that too. All day long, it endures the blazing sun. Only at night does it truly begin to breathe. And it is then, that an entirely different world awakens. Creatures that spent the day hidden beneath the sand quietly emerge. The fennec fox leaves its burrow. Its enormous ears twitch gently, listening for the faintest sound. Owls call into the darkness. Far away, a small beetle begins its search for tiny drops of dew. Lizards, insects, and countless creatures that seemed to disappear beneath the daylight now become the true inhabitants of this landscape. Perhaps that is one of nature's quietest lessons. No single moment belongs to everyone. Every species has its own time. The sun belongs to the creatures of the day. The moon belongs to the creatures of the night. No one competes. No one rushes. Every form of life finds the rhythm that suits it best. Jung devoted much of his life to exploring the symbolism of darkness. To him, darkness was not merely a place where fear resides. It was also where discovery begins. He once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." Perhaps the desert is telling us the same story. During the day, we see the sand, we see the blazing sun, we see the harshness, but only when night falls do we discover the rest of the desert. Just like human beings, the most important parts sometimes reveal themselves only when we become quiet enough. Perhaps that is why so many people who have spent a night in the desert describe a feeling that is difficult to explain. Not loneliness, but openness. The sky feels closer, the world feels larger, and the thoughts within begin to slow. Perhaps, for the first time in many days, there are no ringing phones, no schedules, no hurried conversations, only the soft whisper of the wind and the rhythm of your own breathing. Modern life unfolds beneath artificial light, street lights, office lights, phone screens, computer screens, so constantly that many of us have forgotten what true darkness actually feels like. The desert, night after night, remains faithful to its ancient darkness, a darkness that is not frightening, but gentle, like a great blanket, quietly wrapped around the world. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine yourself sitting atop a quiet sand dune. The sun has completely disappeared. The air has become cool. A gentle breeze brushes across your shoulders. Far away, an owl calls into the distance. Then, silence returns. You do not need to do anything. You do not need to think about tomorrow. You do not need to hurry. Simply sit there, watching the sky slowly change, from violet to deep blue, and feel the desert gradually awakening. Perhaps that is the greatest gift the night offers. During the day, the desert teaches endurance, patience, adaptation. But when darkness arrives, it teaches something even gentler, that after every long day, nature offers every living thing a quiet place to rest, a darkness that heals, and a sky wide enough for every worry to slowly drift away. In the next chapter, as darkness settles completely over the land, we will lift our eyes toward the heavens, where the Milky Way stretches like a river of light, where meteor showers quietly cross the night, and where, for thousands of years, human beings learned to find their way, not only with their feet, but also by following the stars. If, in the previous chapter, we sat quietly upon a sand dune, watching the sun disappear beyond the horizon and feeling the desert awaken beneath the night, then now, let us lift our eyes, for perhaps the greatest wonder of the desert is not beneath our feet, but above our heads. In modern cities, night is rarely truly night. The glow of streets, buildings, billboards, and millions of windows covers the sky with a pale veil of light, so completely that many people grow up without ever seeing a true night sky. We still notice a handful of stars, but only the brightest ones, the greater part of the universe, quietly disappears. Behind the light we have created ourselves. The desert is different. Across many deserts of the world, there are no cities, no streetlights. Mojave, the air is dry, crystal clear, and astonishingly stable. Because of this, when darkness arrives, the sky reveals its original beauty. There are nights when you do not see only a few stars. You see thousands, then tens of thousands, until the sky itself no longer appears black, but woven together with countless points of light. Among them, a soft glowing band stretches from one horizon to the other, delicate as silk, shimmering like silver mist. That is the Milky Way, the home of our own solar system. For many people, the most moving moment is seeing the Milky Way with their own eyes, not through a photograph, not through a telescope, but directly. Some describe that moment as the instant when every worry quietly faded away, because beneath a universe so immense, the concerns of a single day suddenly feel very small. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps standing beneath a desert sky is where that journey truly begins. Not by searching for something outside ourselves, but by remembering who we are within this vast universe. There is something beautiful to notice. The less artificial light surrounds us, the more stars we can see. Perhaps that is true not only of the sky, but of the human soul. Maybe only when life grows quieter, when distractions fade, when hurry gives way to stillness, can we finally notice the things that have always been there. Just like the Milky Way, it never disappeared. It was only hidden by too much light. Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." Perhaps the sky filled with stars invites us to look upward, while quietly inviting us to look inward as well. For beneath the endless universe, we do not necessarily feel small. Instead, we feel connected, as though we are only a tiny part, yet still belong to something unimaginably vast. In the darkest deserts, on moonless nights, if fortune is on your side, you may witness another rare phenomenon, the zodiacal light, a faint triangular glow, appearing shortly after sunset or just before dawn. For centuries, people believed it was a mysterious light. Today, astronomers understand that it is sunlight, reflecting from countless tiny grains of dust, orbiting within our solar system. And perhaps there is something deeply beautiful about that. Eva dust can shine when touched by light. Perhaps human beings are no different. No one is truly ordinary. Sometimes we are simply waiting for the right light to reveal what has always been within us. Then there are other nights when Earth passes through the trail of dust left behind by a comet. The heavens suddenly come alive. Brilliant streaks race across the darkness, each lasting only a few seconds, yet enough to leave us speechless. This is a meteor shower. In truth, those falling stars are not stars at all. They are tiny fragments of rock entering Earth's atmosphere at extraordinary speed, burning brightly for only a brief moment, a very short existence, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Perhaps they remind us that the value of a moment is never measured by how long it lasts. A smile, a warm embrace, a peaceful evening, or the passing of a meteor may remain in our memory long after the moment itself has gone. Thousands of years ago, people devoted countless nights to studying the constellations, not only to admire them, but to survive. The Bedouins, the caravans, the sailors, all learned to memorize the changing positions of the stars throughout the seasons. the night sky became a calendar, a compass, and a faithful companion. Night after night, the stars always returned, quietly, reliably, never rushing, never arriving late. Perhaps that is one reason people have always found such peace. In looking up at the stars, in a world that is constantly changing, the night sky still keeps its promise. Jung was deeply fascinated by the symbols that appear throughout human cultures. He believed that long before modern science, people had always looked upward, searching for meaning, not because the stars determined their destiny, but because they reminded us that we live within a universe far greater than our eyes alone can ever fully comprehend. Nature has never asked whether something is ordinary or unusual. It asks only one question: does it help life continue? Perhaps that is why the desert never judges. A flower for blooming at night, or a cactus for growing thorns instead of leaves. Every living thing simply follows the rhythm that allows it to flourish. Perhaps human beings were never meant to bloom at exactly the same moment either. Some dreams arrive early, others take many quiet years. Some people discover their purpose while they are still young, others only find it after walking through many seasons of life. Nature has never called either path a mistake. Perhaps only we do. As the night deepens, the desert changes in another gentle way. A faint scent begins to drift through the cool air. It is the fragrance of dry earth, meeting the slightest trace of moisture. In places fortunate enough to receive a rare shower, the transformation can be astonishing. Seeds that have waited silently for months, sometimes years, suddenly awaken. By morning, tiny green shoots emerge, flowers unfold, insects arrive, birds return. The entire landscape seems to breathe again, as though life itself had merely been sleeping beneath the sand, waiting for the right moment. Scientists sometimes call this phenomenon a desert bloom. To those who witness it, it feels almost miraculous. Yet nothing miraculous happened overnight. Every seed had already been prepared. Every root had already endured. Every possibility had been quietly waiting for a single moment of rain. Perhaps many changes in our own lives are much the same. What appears to happen suddenly has often been growing silently for a very long time. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." Perhaps a seed does not solve the drought. It simply grows beyond it. Perhaps human beings do something similar. We do not always remove every difficulty. Sometimes we simply become someone who can carry it differently. Night continues. The stars remain overhead. The air grows cooler still. The desert breathes slowly, unhurried, unconcerned with yesterday or tomorrow. Only the present moment exists here, somewhere nearby. A tiny beetle collects another drop of dew. A kangaroo rat pauses, listening for movement beneath the sand. A night-blooming flower quietly welcomes a visiting moth. No applause, no audience, no celebration. Yet, life continues perfectly. Perhaps that is one of the most beautiful lessons the desert offers. Not every meaningful moment needs to be witnessed. The flower does not bloom to be admired. The stars do not shine to be praised. The wind does not sing to be remembered. They simply become exactly what they are, and in doing so, they quietly make the world more beautiful. Jung believed that becoming ourselves was not about becoming extraordinary, but about becoming whole. Perhaps the desert has been practicing that wisdom for millions of years. Nothing here tries to become something else. The owl does not envy the eagle. The cactus does not long to become an oak. The moon does not compete with the sun. Each fulfills its own place. Within the greater harmony, tonight, as you rest, perhaps imagine that you are lying quietly upon the cool sand. Above you, the Milky Way stretches endlessly. Around you, the desert is alive. Not loudly, but gently, a soft breeze passes. A distant owl calls. Somewhere, a flower is opening. Somewhere else, a tiny creature begins another night's journey. And without asking for attention, without making a sound, the desert continues, exactly as it has, for countless generations. Perhaps the world has always been like this, far quieter, far wilder than we usually allow ourselves to notice. And perhaps all it has ever asked of us is to slow down long enough to see that life has been quietly unfolding all around us, all along. What is ordinary? Nature never asks. It asks only one question: what allows life to continue? Perhaps human beings are no different. Not everyone grows. At the same moment, not everyone discovers their path. While they are still young, some bloom at 20, others at 50, some only after a lifetime of searching. But that never makes any one of them less valuable. Jung believed that every person follows a unique journey. He once wrote, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases." Perhaps, if nature can accept that every flower blooms in its own season, then we too can learn to be gentler with ourselves. We do not have to bloom at the same time as everyone else. We do not have to race against the world's clock. We only need to bloom in our own season. There is something fascinating. After those rare desert rains, the desert changes, almost magically. The dry earth, after absorbing its very first drops of water, releases a remarkable fragrance. Today, scientists call this phenomenon bedtime. It is the scent that rises when rain touches dry soil. After a long period of drought, for many people, it is one of nature's most comforting fragrances, perhaps not because of the smell itself, but because it carries a promise that life is about to return. Only a few hours after the rain, seeds that have slept for many years begin to awaken. The first green shoots push through the sand, flowers bloom, insects appear, birds return. The food web begins to move once again. What unfolds before our eyes feels like a miracle, yet in truth, it is the result of extraordinary patience. Every seed has been preparing for a very long time, waiting only for the right moment. Perhaps our lives have seasons of rain as well. There are times when we believe every hope has fallen asleep, then suddenly a single meeting, a few encouraging words, a small opportunity, or one simple decision becomes enough to awaken what we thought had disappeared forever. Jung spent many years studying the quiet transformations of the human soul. He understood that the moments which truly change a life rarely arrive with great noise. More often, they arrive gently, like the first rainfall across the desert. Perhaps that is why nature moves us so deeply, not because it displays power, but because it is patient. It never hurries. It never feels the need to prove itself. Every living thing seems to know exactly when it is time to awaken. Tonight, as you lie quietly, perhaps imagine a gentle rain has just passed across the desert. The burning heat has disappeared. The air carries the scent of fresh earth. In the distance, a tiny white flower slowly opens beneath the moonlight. A moth softly settles upon its petals. A phoenix lifts its eyes toward the sky, and suddenly, that land, which once seemed so barren, feels wonderfully alive, yet never noisy. Every living thing speaks very softly, as though not wishing to disturb the night. Perhaps that is the most beautiful lesson the desert has offered us. Life does not need to be loud to prove that it exists. A seed beginning to grow, a flower quietly opening, a drop of dew catching the moonlight, or one peaceful breath. Each is a very small miracle, and sometimes those quiet miracles nourish the human spirit more deeply than anything else. In the next chapter, we will gently bring this special journey to its close, sitting beneath a sky filled with stars, beside the ancient caravans, watching the constellations become humanity's compass. And perhaps we will finally understand that during the day, the desert teaches us how to endure, but when night arrives, it gently offers an even more beautiful lesson, that after every hardship, nature has already prepared a place of peace for anyone who is willing to slow down and truly listen. The desert's unsolved mysteries. If, in the previous chapter, we sat together beneath the desert's star-filled sky, listening to the gentle whisper of the wind and discovering the peace that only the night can bring, then, before our journey reaches its final pages, the desert has one more story to tell. Not a story about what we already know, but about what humanity is still trying to understand. Perhaps, when we were children, many of us believed that science would one day explain everything. Given enough time, enough technology, enough patience, every mystery would eventually be solved. Yet the older we become, the more we discover a humbling truth. Every answer quietly opens many new questions, and perhaps no place reminds us of that more clearly than the desert. At first glance, the desert seems wonderfully simple: sand, stone, wind, and sky. Yet beneath that seemingly empty landscape lie phenomena that scientists continue to investigate even today, not because science has failed, but because nature has always been more subtle than we imagine. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The more we know, the more the unconscious expands." In one sense, those words do not describe only the human mind, they describe nature as well. The more we discover, the more we realize how vast the unknown still remains. One of the desert's most famous mysteries is the remarkable phenomenon known as fairy circles, seen from above across the dry grasslands of southern Africa and parts of Western Australia. Thousands of nearly perfect circles appear across the landscape, spaced with astonishing regularity, as though someone had carefully drawn them upon the earth. For generations, local communities believed they were the footprints of the gods. Others told stories of ancient spirits that once walked the land. Today, scientists have proposed several explanations. Some believe termites play a central role. Others suggest that plants naturally organize themselves to share scarce water more efficiently. Recent studies even suggest that both processes may work together. Yet, the debate has not completely ended. Perhaps the most fascinating part is not discovering who is right, but realizing that nature still possesses the power to surprise us. Perhaps that is something beautiful, for a world without mystery would also be a world far less wonderful. Elsewhere, in another desert, massive stones, weighing hundreds of kilograms, have left long trails across the dry ground as though they had moved on their own. These are known as sailing stones. For decades, no one actually witnessed the stones moving. People simply noticed that one day they stood in one place, and months later they had quietly arrived somewhere else, leaving behind a long track across the cracked earth. Some believed magnetic forces were responsible, others imagined mysterious vibrations. Ancient folklore even spoke of desert spirits. Today, after years of careful observation, scientists know that under very rare conditions, a thin sheet of water freezes overnight, then slowly melts. Under the morning sun, while gentle winds push the floating stones only a few centimeters, each second far too slowly for the human eye to notice, yet over time, enough to carve trails stretching dozens of meters. Perhaps that discovery makes us smile, because sometimes the most extraordinary wonders are created by the simplest laws, and perhaps that simplicity is what makes them feel almost miraculous. Jung once wrote, "There are as many nights as days, and one is just as long as the other in the year's course." Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness. Perhaps the unknown is like the night. It exists not to frighten us, but to remind us that light only becomes meaningful because there are still places waiting to be explored. Another mystery that continues to fascinate geologists is desert glass. Natural glass scattered across vast seas of sand. These pale golden fragments can be astonishingly clear, some as large as a human hand, so beautiful that the ancient Egyptians used them to create jewelry, including a famous scarab found inside the tomb of King Tutankhamun. Yet the deeper question remains: how were they formed? Some researchers believe a giant meteorite impact generated temperatures hot enough to melt sand into glass. Others suggest an enormous airburst, similar to the Tunguska event, may have been responsible. Even today, scientists continue their investigation, and every new discovery adds another chapter to the story. Perhaps what makes these fragments so precious is not only their beauty, but the memories they preserve, just as fossils carry the memory of ancient life. These pieces of glass carry the memory of an event that unfolded millions of years ago. After everything, the desert is not merely a landscape, it is a book. Some pages we have already read, others we have only begun, and many more remain gently closed, waiting for someone in the future to turn them. Perhaps the human mind is much the same. Jung believed the unconscious is vastly larger than consciousness. Every time we understand a little more about ourselves, the journey does not end. Another door simply opens. Beyond that door are more hallways, more rooms, more symbols, and more questions. Tonight, as you rest, perhaps think about one mystery in your own life, a memory, a dream, an emotion, or a question that still lingers within your heart. Perhaps you do not need to find the answer right away. Some mysteries do not arrive to be solved immediately. They arrive to keep us curious, to keep us watching, to keep us growing. Perhaps that is the greatest gift. The desert still protects. It never tells every story, not because it wishes to hide them, but because it understands that sometimes the journey of discovery is even more beautiful than the destination itself, or the trade routes shifted. People moved away. Nature slowly reclaimed the land. The rows of palm trees disappeared. The wells ran dry, and the sand simply continued its slow journey. It reminds us that not everything disappears in a single moment. Sometimes disappearance happens so quietly, so gradually, that no one notices until it is far too late. Then there were cities, once filled with merchants, once echoing with the footsteps of camels, the sounds of trade, the laughter of children, and stories shared around the evening fire. Today, many of those places are nothing more than crumbling walls, or they still lie beneath layers of sand, waiting to be discovered. The desert did not destroy them. It simply, patiently preserved them, like a librarian, gently closing a book, until one day, someone returns to read the next page. Perhaps the human mind works in much the same way. Jung believed that no experience ever truly disappears. Many memories simply retreat into the unconscious. He once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Like a buried city, a memory can remain hidden for many years until a familiar chant, a forgotten melody, or a place once deeply loved, softly brushes away the sand of time, and everything becomes clear again. The desert also preserves another remarkable gift from history: natural mummies, not bodies preserved through elaborate rituals, but people whose remains were protected by the extraordinary conditions of the desert itself. The extremely dry air and the almost complete absence of moisture greatly slowed the process of decay, allowing many bodies, after thousands of years, to retain astonishing details. For archaeologists, every mummy is a doorway into the past. From clothing to strands of hair, even grains of pollen still clinging to ancient fabrics. Everything can tell the story of someone who lived long before us. There is something deeply moving about that. A person who once walked beneath this same sky has vanished from the world, yet their story has never truly ended. Perhaps not because their body remains, but because human beings always leave traces. In memory, in nature, and in the things they create. Another mystery that continues to fascinate historians is the network of vanished trade routes. Today, looking at a map, it is difficult to imagine that there was once a time when endless caravans crossed these deserts, carrying salt, spices, gold, silk, perfume, and far more. They carried ideas, religion, languages, and stories. The desert did not divide civilizations. For centuries, it connected them. But then, sea routes expanded, trade centers shifted, and many of those roads were quietly abandoned. The wind kept blowing, the sand kept drifting, and nature gently erased the final footprints. Perhaps it reminds us that even the busiest roads can one day become silent, not because they were meaningless, but because their purpose had already been fulfilled. Jung spent many years reflecting upon the relationship between the past and the present. He never believed the past should simply be forgotten. Instead, he saw it as the foundation that helps us understand ourselves. The desert does the same. It does not preserve the past out of attachment. It preserves it to tell a story, to remind us that every footprint we leave today will one day become history. Tonight, as you rest and allow these stories to drift gently through your thoughts, perhaps imagine standing upon a very high dune. Beneath your feet may lie the rooftops of a city that has slept for thousands of years. Perhaps the road where a caravan once passed. Perhaps the well where a weary traveler paused to drink. You cannot see them, but that does not mean they were never there. Perhaps that is the desert's most beautiful gift. It never tries to keep everything forever, yet neither does it allow everything to disappear completely. It simply, quietly preserves its stories, waiting for those who are patient enough, curious enough, and humble enough to one day hear the gentle voice of time itself. In the next chapter, we will discover something even more remarkable, that the desert itself is not an unchanging land. In some places, it is expanding. In others, it is retreating. And perhaps, one very distant day, the Sahara, the world's largest hot desert, will once again dress itself in the green of grasslands, just as it did thousands of years ago. If, in the previous chapter, we wandered through buried cities, forgotten oases, and ancient trade routes sleeping beneath the sands of time, then now our journey brings us to a discovery even more astonishing, that even the desert itself is not permanent. When we think about a desert, we often imagine a landscape that has always been this way: dry, scorching, with little rain, seemingly unchanged. But when viewed through the clock of geology, where 1,000 years feels like only a few minutes, everything looks completely different. The desert has its own youth, its own memories, its own green seasons, and transformations so vast that no single human life could ever witness them from beginning to end. Perhaps one of the greatest discoveries of modern science is that the Sahara, the largest hot desert on Earth, was not always a desert. Between roughly 11,000 and 5,000 years ago, much of the Sahara was covered with sweeping grasslands, lakes, flowing rivers, open woodlands, herds of giraffes, elephants, hippos, and many of the animals we now associate with the African savanna. Ancient rock paintings, still preserved upon stone cliffs, tell that story. They show herds of cattle, people paddling boats, fish swimming, and forests, as though nature itself left behind a quiet reminder: never assume the world will always remain the way it is today. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "All the greatest and most important problems of life are fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." Perhaps nature never tries to solve change. It simply grows with it, without resisting, without clinging, only adapting. Today, scientists believe that one of the reasons the Sahara gradually changed from green to gold was an extremely slow shift in Earth's orbit, tiny changes in the way our planet tilts and circles the Sunday over thousands of years, altered the amount of sunlight the land received, changed the seasonal monsoons, changed the rainfall, and eventually changed an entire continent, changing the landscape of an entire continent. It reminds us that the greatest changes often begin with the smallest movements. Perhaps human life is much the same. A new thought, a small habit, a chance encounter, or one simple decision can sometimes change an entire life. There is something interesting when people hear the word desertification. Many imagine that deserts can only expand, but nature is far more complex. In some places, climate change, human activity, and unsustainable land use have indeed caused drylands to spread. Yet elsewhere, nature is moving in the opposite direction. Some landscapes, once barren, are slowly becoming greener. Some ecosystems are recovering because of changes in climate or through human restoration efforts. Nature does not move in a straight line. It is always changing, always adjusting, always searching for a new balance. Perhaps the human soul is the same. There are seasons when everything inside us feels dry, when inspiration fades, hope grows quiet, and joy seems distant. But that does not mean life will remain that way forever. Jung devoted many years to studying the cycles of human transformation. He never saw a personal crisis as the end. Instead, he believed that our driest seasons are often the very moments when something new is quietly being prepared. He once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Just as the Sahara was once a vast grassland before becoming a sea of sand, perhaps thousands of years from now, it will change again. Climate scientists believe the Sahara has not always been dry. Throughout Earth's history, it has passed through repeated cycles of green, then dry, again and again. Each cycle spanning thousands of years and still continuing today. Many climate models suggest that in the distant future, if these natural cycles continue, parts of the Sahara may once again receive more rainfall. No one knows exactly what will happen, but the possibility itself remains of something beautiful. Even the driest land never gives up its ability to change. Perhaps that is why nature always gives us hope. Not the hope that everything will become easy, but the hope that nothing remains the same forever. Not sadness, not hardship, not even the longest droughts within the soul. They too will one day change. There is another beautiful paradox. Human beings often fear change, yet all of nature exists because of change. Without changing climates, there would be no seasons. Without moving continents, there would be no mountains. Without evolution, there would be no diversity of life. And if the human soul never changed, perhaps none of us would ever grow. Jung believed life always moves toward wholeness, not by remaining the same, but through transformation. Perhaps the desert is one of the finest examples of that truth. It is not ashamed that it was once a grassland. It does not mourn its vanished lakes. It does not cling to any single form. It simply continues, becoming whatever time is gently guiding it toward. Tonight, as you lie quietly and allow these stories to drift through your thoughts, perhaps think back to a season in your own life, a time when you believed everything would always remain the way it was. Then years passed, and you realized you had changed. The world had changed, and the very things that once frightened you had quietly become your gentlest teachers. Perhaps the desert is whispering that we need not fear our dry seasons, because nature has never known only one season. After sand, there may come grass. After silence, birdsong. After darkness, always the dawn. And after every transformation, life reveals a new beginning. In the next chapter, we will explore one of the most fascinating discoveries of modern science, that beneath those seemingly lifeless sands, life continues. New species are still being discovered. Microorganisms can survive in conditions once thought impossible. And perhaps the secrets of life remain far greater than everything humanity has learned so far. If in the previous chapter we discovered that even the desert is not a permanent landscape, that the Sahara was once green with grasslands, and perhaps one distant day may become green again, our journey now leads us to a discovery that makes us even more humble. The truth that even today, even in an age when human beings have walked upon the moon, sent spacecraft to distant planets, and observed galaxies billions of light years away, beneath the sands of the desert, there are still living things we have never known. Perhaps that is what makes science so beautiful, not because it knows everything, but because it remains humble enough to admit how much there is still to learn. People often assume that if a place is too hot, too dry, too harsh, then surely very little life could survive there. Yet every time scientists bring microscopes into the desert, nature smiles and quietly says, "Look closer." Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The highest, most decisive experience is to be alone with one's own self." Perhaps the desert invites us to do the same. It never tries to impress us with noise. It remains quiet, so that those who are patient enough may notice what others have overlooked. In recent years, biologists have discovered many new species living in deserts, tiny insects, new spiders, previously unknown microorganisms, even plants that appear only after a brief rainfall, then disappear from the surface for many years, not because they have become extinct, but because they are waiting. The desert has never stopped creating life. It simply creates according to a much slower rhythm. Even more remarkable, much of the desert's life does not exist on the surface, but beneath the sand. When we look at Ardune, we often assume there is only sand below, but in many places, the deeper layers still hold tiny amounts of moisture, enough to sustain bacteria, fungi, dormant spores, delicate roots, and countless forms of life, invisible to the naked eye. It reminds us that life does not always appear in spectacular ways. Sometimes it chooses to remain quiet, like a seed sleeping underground, like an idea growing silently within the mind, or hope still hidden inside the human heart. Jung devoted special attention to the unconscious because he believed the deepest things within us rarely exist on the surface. He once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps desert science is doing much the same. Instead of studying only what is visible. Researchers have begun digging deeper, looking closer, and there, beneath sands that seem lifeless, they have found an astonishingly rich world. One discovery that has especially fascinated scientists is the existence of extremophiles, microorganisms capable of surviving conditions that humanity once believed were impossible. Some tolerate extraordinary heat, some require almost no water, some thrive in intensely salty environments, others remain dormant for years only to awaken the moment conditions improve. These remarkable organisms not only deepen our understanding of Earth, they also raise new questions. If life can survive in places this extreme, could it also exist on other worlds? Perhaps the smallest living things are helping us better understand the greatest mysteries of the universe. There is something beautiful about that. Nature has always loved paradoxes. The smallest things often explain the greatest ones. What appears insignificant may become the key to humanity's most important discoveries. Perhaps people are no different. Life-changing moments do not always begin with extraordinary events. Sometimes a single thought, a brief encounter, a book, or one sentence is enough to transform an entire life. There is another truth that deeply moves many scientists. Every expedition into the desert still holds the possibility of discovering something entirely new, an insect never before described, an exceptionally rare plant, or a strain of bacteria unknown to science. That means even today, even now, nature is still quietly writing its story. Not every chapter has been read. Not every character has been introduced. The book still contains blank pages, waiting for the future. Jung believed that we truly mature only when we accept that we do not know everything, because curiosity, rather than certainty, is what leads us toward wisdom. Perhaps that is the lesson the desert has been teaching all along. It never tries to prove that it is mysterious. It simply continues to exist. And each time we look a little closer, we discover something new. Tonight, as you lie quietly and allow these stories to drift gently through your thoughts, imagine it, just beneath the sand, where you are sitting, millions of tiny living beings quietly carrying on their lives. No one sees them, no one knows their names, yet day after day they continue their quiet work, helping life go on. Perhaps within each of us there are also seeds of kindness, of hope, and of courage resting quietly beneath the surface. They have not disappeared. They are simply waiting for a gentle rain, waiting for a single ray of light, or perhaps simply waiting for the right moment to awaken. Perhaps that is the most beautiful story that science and nature tell together, that life is always more resilient than we imagine, more creative than we expect, and it always finds a way to endure, even in places where people once believed nothing could survive. In the next chapter, we will bring our journey through the mysteries of the desert to a gentle close, and perhaps discover that the greatest wonder is not everything we have already found, but everything that still waits patiently to be discovered. like the star-filled sky, like the countless grains of sand, and like the deepest places within each of us. So tonight, we have journeyed together across one of the harshest landscapes on Earth, yet also one of its gentlest. We began believing that the desert was a symbol of emptiness. Then slowly, we discovered that beneath every grain of sand, an entire world quietly stirs. Seeds that can sleep for decades, animals that treasure every drop of water, cacti silently storing the gift of life, brief rains capable of awakening an entire ecosystem, caravans crossing endless seas of sand, guided only by the light of the stars. Ancient peoples who learned to listen to the wind rather than fight it. Forgotten mysteries still resting beneath the dunes and night skies, so breathtaking that they gently erase every worry. Perhaps the greatest wonder of the desert has never been its endless dunes or its record-breaking heat. Its greatest wonder is the way it teaches us to see life with different eyes. Carl Gustav Jung once reminded us, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. Throughout this journey, it may have seemed that we were exploring a distant land, but perhaps what we were truly exploring was our own mind. For every grain of sand is like a memory, every wind like the passing of time, every sleeping seed like the possibilities still waiting to awaken. Within every human heart, there are moments when life feels like crossing a desert. Everything seems dry, every effort appears to lead nowhere. Yet nature has quietly shared a different story. The seed is not dead, it is waiting. The flower has not disappeared, it is simply waiting for its season. Life has never surrendered, it has only chosen the right moment to begin. Perhaps you carry such a seed within yourself, a dream, a hope, or gift, or perhaps a gentler version of who you are. If today it has not yet blossomed, that does not mean it never will. Perhaps it is simply being patient, just as the desert has been patient for millions of years. Nature has never hurried. The Sunday never rises too soon. The stars never appear before their time. The rains never arrive ahead of their season. And yet, everything unfolds perfectly. Perhaps that is the greatest lesson the desert offers us. Moving faster is not always moving better. Having more is not always living more. Sometimes slowing down, listening more deeply, observing more carefully, and learning to wait becomes the shortest path toward peace. If tonight you are still carrying worries, questions, or burdens that remain unresolved, perhaps you do not need to find the answers right now. Let them rest like seeds beneath the sand, like the desert, resting on a sky filled with stars. Some things find their way only after the stop trying to control them. And now, perhaps your eyelids feel a little heavier, your breathing a little slower, your mind a little quieter than when this journey began. If so, then the desert has already given you its gift, a moment of stillness, a sky filled with stars, and one gentle reminder that within this vast world, you do not need to hurry. You only need to keep walking in the rhythm that belongs to you. Thank you for sharing this special journey with me if tonight's stories brought you a sense of peace, relaxation, or helped you see life from a new perspective. Please consider subscribing to the channel and turning on notifications so you won't miss our future journeys. Each week, we will continue exploring nature's greatest wonders, the mysteries of the universe, the hidden depths of the human mind, and gentle stories designed to help you end the day in peace. And now, let every thought slowly settle. Let your breathing become softer. Let your body completely relax. Imagine you are still lying upon a warm sand dune. Above you, the Milky Way shines quietly. A cool breeze brushes gently across your face. Far away, an owl calls softly. The sand whispers, and the entire desert gradually drifts into a deep, peaceful sleep. May your night be calm. May your dreams be as fast and as gentle as the desert sky. Until we meet again on our next journey, sleep well.